The American Revolution did not begin with muskets on Lexington Green. It began in the uneasy aftermath of victory. In 1763, Britain had just emerged from the 7 Years' War as one of the most powerful empires in the world. In North America, British victory over France transformed the map. Canada was now British. French imperial power had been broken east of the Mississippi. Colonists who had feared French forts and French alliances on their northern and western frontiers now looked out at a continent that seemed open with possibility. But imperial victory came with imperial problems. Britain's war debt was enormous. Defending North America was expensive. British officials believed the colonies had benefited from imperial protection and should help pay for it. They also believed the empire had become too loose, too smuggling-friendly, and too difficult to govern. The old habits of colonial self-management looked irresponsible to officials in London. For many colonists, those same habits looked like rights. They were British subjects. They claimed the liberties of Englishmen. Their colonial assemblies taxed them locally. Their merchants had long navigated trade rules with flexibility. Their towns debated, petitioned, organized, and resisted. When Britain tried to tighten control after 1763, many colonists did not experience it as routine administration. They experienced it as a constitutional alarm. The Proclamation of 1763 tried to limit settlement west of the Appalachian Mountains, partly to stabilize relations with native nations after Pontiac's War, and partly to control expansion. To British officials, this was order. To land speculators, frontier settlers, and ambitious colonists, it felt like a barrier placed across the future. British troops remained in North America. Customs enforcement became more serious. Officials spoke of revenue, order, and authority. Colonists heard danger. At first, most did not want independence. They wanted what they believed they already possessed: self-government within the empire, protection of property, trial by jury, local consent to taxation, and the rights of British subjects. But between 1763 and 1775, each imperial solution created a colonial reaction. Each reaction convinced British leaders that stronger measures were necessary. Each stronger measure convinced more colonists that power itself had become the problem. Episode 0 is the story of that escalation. It is the story of how an argument over empire became a movement of resistance, and how resistance became a road to war. The first great shock came through revenue. In 1764, Parliament passed the Sugar Act. It revised duties on molasses and other goods, but more importantly, it signaled a new seriousness about enforcement. Smuggling would be harder. Customs officers would be more aggressive. Cases might be heard in admiralty courts without juries. Merchants complained, lawyers warned, pamphlets circulated. But the Sugar Act was only the beginning. In 1765, Parliament passed the Stamp Act. This law required stamped paper for many legal and commercial documents: newspapers, pamphlets, court papers, licenses, contracts, playing cards, and more. Unlike external trade duties, the Stamp Act reached directly into daily colonial life. Printers, lawyers, merchants, tavern keepers, and ordinary readers could feel it. The phrase that rose against it became famous: no taxation without representation. Colonists argued that Parliament could regulate imperial trade, but taxation for revenue required consent through representatives. Since the colonies had no elected members in Parliament, direct parliamentary taxation violated their rights. British defenders answered that Parliament represented the whole empire virtually, whether colonists voted or not. This was not a small disagreement over money. It was a disagreement over sovereignty. In Virginia, Patrick Henry's resolves pushed the argument sharply. In Massachusetts and other colonies, protest grew louder. Printers filled pages with essays, assemblies debated, merchants worried about business, crowds gathered. The Stamp Act Congress met in New York in October 1765, bringing delegates from several colonies into common action. They petitioned the King and Parliament, asserting colonial rights while still speaking as loyal British subjects. On the streets, resistance became more forceful. Stamp distributors were threatened, pressured, and sometimes attacked. Effigies hung from trees. Homes of officials could be damaged. In Boston, Andrew Oliver resigned as stamp distributor under pressure. Lieutenant Governor Thomas Hutchinson's house was violently attacked by a crowd, a moment that frightened even some opponents of the Stamp Act. The colonies were discovering a dangerous truth. Constitutional arguments could become street power. By late 1765, the act was nearly impossible to enforce in many places. Without local cooperation, stamped paper could not easily move. Without stamped paper, courts and commerce risked paralysis. Britain had tried to raise revenue. Instead, it had taught the colonies how to resist together. The resistance to the Stamp Act created new political habits. Some of those habits were organized by groups remembered as the Sons of Liberty. The Sons of Liberty were not a single neat organization with one office and one command structure. They were networks of activists, artisans, merchants, printers, laborers, and local leaders who coordinated pressure against imperial measures. In Boston, New York, Newport, and other towns, they turned public opinion into action. Their world was made of taverns, printing presses, wharves, meeting houses, workshops, and streets. They used symbols. Liberty trees became gathering places. Effigies made political enemies visible. Songs, toasts, newspapers, and handbills carried messages through communities. Boycotts gave ordinary consumers a role in imperial resistance. Non-importation agreements pressured British merchants by refusing British goods. This mattered because politics was expanding. Colonial assemblies still mattered. Elite lawyers and merchants still mattered. But crowd politics now mattered too. People outside formal office could shape events. A printer could spread arguments. A dock worker could join a protest. A woman managing household purchases could support non-importation. A tavern conversation could become a committee action. That expansion gave resistance energy. It also created fear. Supporters of imperial authority saw mobs, disorder, and intimidation. Even some colonists who opposed British policy worried that popular protest might become uncontrollable. The attack on Hutchinson's home showed how quickly constitutional resistance could become personal violence. The Sons of Liberty lived in that tension. They spoke the language of liberty and rights, but they also used pressure that could be frightening. They helped build solidarity, but they also helped teach communities how to punish dissent. This was one of the revolution's early contradictions. Resistance to power often required organization. Organization often required discipline. Discipline sometimes became coercion. A movement defending liberty could still make enemies afraid. The British government watched these developments with anger and alarm. Officials believed authority was being humiliated. Colonists believed rights were being defended. By 1766, British merchants hurt by colonial boycotts urged repeal. Parliament retreated from the Stamp Act, but it did not retreat from its claim of power. In 1766, Parliament repealed the Stamp Act. Across the colonies, news of repeal brought celebration. Bells rang, bonfires burned, loyal toasts were offered to the king. Many colonists believed they had defended their rights while remaining inside the British Empire. Resistance had worked, but the same year, Parliament passed the Declaratory Act. The Declaratory Act stated that Parliament had authority to make laws binding the colonies in all cases whatsoever. That phrase mattered. From the British perspective, repeal solved a practical problem, while the Declaratory Act protected constitutional supremacy. Parliament could remove a bad policy without admitting that colonists had a right to resist parliamentary taxation. From the colonial perspective, repeal was victory, but the Declaratory Act was a warning. If Parliament claimed power in all cases whatsoever, then what protection did colonial rights truly have? For a short time, the crisis seemed to quiet. Many people wanted it to quiet. Merchants wanted trade, families wanted stability. Assemblies wanted normal politics. Few colonists in 1766 imagined a full war for independence. But the argument had changed. Before the Stamp Act, colonial resistance had often been local and practical. After the Stamp Act, colonists had learned to think continentally. They had held a congress. They had coordinated petitions. They had used boycotts. They had pressured officials. They had seen Parliament retreat. Britain had learned lessons too. British officials saw that colonial protest could defeat policy. They worried that if Parliament did not assert itself, the empire would become ungovernable. They believed authority had to mean something. so both sides came out of the Stamp Act crisis with confidence and suspicion. Colonists believed resistance could defend liberty. Parliament believed its authority had to be preserved. The next crisis would come from Charles Townshend, who believed he had found a better way to raise revenue. In 1767, Parliament passed the Townshend Acts. These measures placed duties on imported goods such as glass, lead, paint, paper, and tea. Townshend believed external duties would be less objectionable than the internal Stamp Act. Many colonists disagreed. If the purpose was revenue, they argued, the constitutional problem remained. The Townshend duties also funded imperial officials, which threatened the power of colonial assemblies. If governors and judges could be paid from parliamentary revenue rather than local grants, colonial leverage would weaken. Resistance returned. John Dickinson's letters from a farmer in Pennsylvania argued that the issue was not the size of a tax, but the principle behind it. Colonial assemblies protested. Merchants renewed non-importation agreements. Women organized homespun production and consumer resistance, making politics visible in cloth, tea tables, and household choices. In Boston, customs enforcement intensified. The seizure of John Hancock's ship Liberty in 1768 helped inflame tensions. Crowds protested. Customs officials feared for their safety and withdrew to Castle William in the harbor. British leaders concluded that Boston was slipping beyond control. Troops were sent to occupy the town. The arrival of British soldiers in Boston changed daily life. Red-coated regulars stood in streets, competed for work, enforced imperial presence, and reminded residents that political dispute now had a military face. Soldiers and civilians insulted each other. Fights broke out. Suspicion hardened. To British officials, troops preserved order. To many Bostonians, troops looked like occupation. This is how escalation works. Attacks leads to protest. Protest leads to enforcement. Enforcement leads to troops. Troops create incidents. Incidents create martyrs and propaganda. Each side claims the other forced the next step. By 1770, Boston was tense, cold, and combustible. The spark came on King Street. On March 5, 1770, tension in Boston turned deadly. A confrontation began between townspeople and British soldiers. Insults flew, snowballs, ice, and objects were thrown. A crowd gathered around a small group of soldiers near the custom house. The soldiers were frightened, angry, and surrounded. Then they fired. 5 colonists died, including Crispus Attucks, a man of African and native ancestry who became one of the most remembered victims of the night. Others were wounded. The event quickly became known as the Boston Massacre. The word massacre was political. Patriot leaders understood the power of the event. Paul Revere's famous engraving, based on Henry Pelham's image, portrayed British soldiers firing in disciplined cruelty at innocent civilians. The image was not a neutral record, it was propaganda. And it was effective. The soldiers were put on trial. John Adams, despite opposing British policy, defended them. He believed the law had to matter even in a political crisis. Several soldiers were acquitted. 2 were convicted of manslaughter and branded. Adams's defense is important because it complicates the story. Patriot resistance did not always mean rejecting legal principle. For Adams, British policy could be dangerous, while British soldiers still deserved a fair trial. The Boston Massacre became memory, ritual, and warning. Every year, Patriot speakers commemorated the dead. The event proved in their telling that standing armies among a free people were dangerous. British troops had not calmed Boston, they had created bloodshed. Parliament repealed most Townshend duties in 1770, but kept the tax on tea as a symbol of authority. Again, Britain retreated without surrendering the principle. Again, colonists accepted partial victory without forgetting the warning. For a few years, the crisis seemed quieter, but the machinery of resistance did not disappear. The years after 1770 can look calm if the story is told too quickly. They were not calm, the tea tax remained. Customs enforcement continued. Memories of the massacre stayed alive. Colonial newspapers kept arguments circulating. Political leaders learned to communicate across distance with increasing skill. In 1772, the Gaspee affair showed how combustible the imperial system remained. The Gaspee, a British customs schooner enforcing trade laws near Rhode Island, ran aground while pursuing a colonial vessel. A group of colonists boarded and burned it. The British investigation alarmed colonists, especially because suspects might be taken to Britain for trial. To many Americans, this threatened trial by local jury and revived fears of arbitrary power. Committees of correspondence became crucial. In Massachusetts, Samuel Adams and others helped create networks that allowed towns to share information, coordinate responses, and keep political energy alive. The committees turned scattered communities into a communication system. This was one of the most important developments before the war. Revolutions require stories that travel. They require people in one town to believe that events in another town matter to them. They require local grievances to become shared grievances. Committees of correspondence did that work. They warned of threats. They circulated resolutions. They named enemies of liberty. They made resistance organized before independence was even a mainstream demand. The colonies were still not united in the way they would later claim to be. There were loyalists, moderates, cautious merchants, enslaved people with different stakes, native nations watching colonial expansion, and many ordinary people who wanted peace more than politics. But the infrastructure of resistance was growing. When the next crisis came, it would not fall into silence. It would fall into a network. That crisis came with tea. The Tea Act of 1773 was designed partly to rescue the financially troubled East India Company. It allowed the company to ship tea directly to the colonies and sell it through selected consignees, making legal tea cheaper than smuggled tea in many cases. British officials thought colonists might accept a bargain. Many colonists saw a trap. The tea was cheaper, but the tax remained. If colonists bought the tea, they would be accepting Parliament's authority to tax them. The issue was not simply price, it was principle. It was also fear of monopoly, favoritism, and political control through commerce. Resistance appeared in several ports. In Philadelphia and New York, tea ships were pressured not to unload. In Charleston, tea was landed but stored unsold. Boston became the hardest case. Governor Thomas Hutchinson insisted the law must be obeyed. The tea ships could not simply leave without unloading and paying duties. Patriot leaders insisted the tea must not be landed. Crowds gathered. Meetings swelled. The Old South Meeting House became a center of crisis. The deadline approached. On December 16, 1773, thousands gathered to decide what could be done. When no legal solution appeared, a group of men, some disguised as Mohawk Indians, moved toward the ships. They boarded the Dartmouth, Eleanor, and Beaver. Then they destroyed the tea. Chest after chest went into Boston Harbor. The action was disciplined in some ways. Property beyond the tea was mostly protected, and participants tried to prevent theft. But it was still the destruction of valuable private property connected to imperial law. For patriots, it became a bold defense of liberty. For British officials, it was lawless defiance. The Boston Tea Party made compromise far harder. Britain would answer with punishment. In 1774, Parliament passed measures meant to punish Massachusetts and restore authority. The colonists called them the Intolerable Acts. In Britain, they were known as the Coercive Acts. The Boston Port Act closed Boston Harbor until the destroyed tea was paid for. This struck directly at the town's economy. Workers, merchants, sailors, and families all felt the pressure. The Massachusetts Government Act altered the colony's charter and limited local self-government. Town meetings were restricted. Many officials would be appointed rather than locally chosen. The Administration of Justice Act allowed certain royal officials accused of crimes to be tried elsewhere, raising colonial fears that officials could escape local accountability. A new Quartering Act strengthened concern about troops among civilians. The Quebec Act, passed around the same period, expanded Quebec's boundaries and protected Catholic practice there. Many Protestant colonists viewed it suspiciously, especially because it seemed to block Western ambitions and strengthen a different model of imperial government. British leaders intended to isolate Massachusetts. Instead, they helped unite the colonies. Food and supplies flowed toward Boston from other colonies. Sympathy spread. If Parliament could remake Massachusetts' government, what protected any colony? If Boston could be punished until it submitted, what stopped the same method elsewhere? This was the moment when the crisis became truly continental. Many colonists still hoped for reconciliation. But reconciliation now required Britain to step back from laws passed to prove that Britain would not step back. In Massachusetts, royal authority weakened outside Boston. County conventions gathered. Courts were pressured or closed. Militia companies drilled. Towns began acting as if legitimate power no longer came from the royal government. The empire had tried to discipline one colony. It had revealed how many others feared they might be next. In September 1774, delegates from 12 colonies met in Philadelphia at the First Continental Congress. Georgia did not send delegates, but the gathering was still extraordinary. Men from different colonies, with different economies, religions, political cultures, and local concerns, came together to respond to the imperial crisis. They were not yet declaring independence. That matters. Many delegates wanted rights within the empire. They petitioned the king. They argued that Parliament had violated constitutional limits. They sought unity without closing every door to reconciliation. But they also acted. The Congress endorsed the Continental Association, a broad system of non-importation, non-consumption, and eventually non-exportation, designed to pressure Britain economically. Local committees would enforce the agreement, inspect merchants, and monitor behavior. This created a new layer of political authority. Committees in towns and counties now had power to decide who supported liberty and who betrayed it. Boycotts became tests of loyalty. Ordinary choices became political acts. A cup of tea, a bolt of cloth, a shipment of goods, a public statement, all could place a person inside or outside the movement. The Suffolk Resolves, adopted in Massachusetts and endorsed by Congress, rejected the coercive acts and encouraged resistance. Massachusetts was becoming the forward edge of the conflict. Royal Governor Thomas Gage faced an impossible task. He commanded British troops in Boston, but outside the town, royal authority was slipping. The Massachusetts Provincial Congress formed as a rival government. Militia reorganized. Minutemen prepared to respond quickly. By late 1774, the colonies had not chosen independence, but they had chosen resistance. The next question was whether resistance could remain political or whether it would become military. The answer came through gunpowder. Before the shooting war began, both sides understood the importance of military supplies. Gunpowder, muskets, cannon, and ammunition were not symbols. They were power. If British forces could seize colonial supplies, resistance would weaken. If colonists could protect them, political defiance could become armed defense. In September 1774, General Gage seized gunpowder from a powder house at Charlestown. Rumors spread that blood had been shed. Thousands of militia began moving before learning the rumor was false. This became known as the powder alarm. The alarm mattered because it showed how ready Massachusetts was to mobilize. A false report could bring armed men into motion. The countryside was wired for reaction. Riders, bells, town networks, and militia companies could turn rumor into movement with startling speed. British officials learned from it too. If they moved against supplies, the countryside might rise. Colonists began removing stores from obvious locations. Cannon disappeared from places British troops expected to find them. Militias drilled more openly. Minutemen prepared for rapid response. Communities debated who could be trusted. In December 1774, colonists in New Hampshire seized powder and arms from Fort William and Mary after hearing rumors that British authorities might reinforce the post. This showed that the crisis was not only a Massachusetts problem. Still, Massachusetts remained the center. Gage had orders to suppress rebellion and seize supplies. Patriot leaders watched him closely. British officers watched roads, towns, and informers. Spies moved in both directions. Everyone understood that another expedition into the countryside could become the test. By early 1775, Parliament declared Massachusetts to be in a state of rebellion. More troops were ordered. The ministry believed firmness could still restore authority. In Massachusetts, many believed firmness had already become tyranny. The powder keg was built, only a spark remained. In April 1775, British attention turned to Concord. Patriot military supplies were believed to be stored there. Gage planned a secret expedition to seize or destroy them and possibly arrest leading Patriot figures, including Samuel Adams and John Hancock, who were staying in Lexington. But secrecy was difficult in Massachusetts. Patriot networks watched British movements in Boston. Signals were prepared, riders were ready. Paul Revere, William Dawes, and others would carry warnings into the countryside. The story later became legend, but beneath the legend was a real communication system built over years of resistance. On the night of April 18th, British troops crossed the water and began marching toward Concord. Warnings spread, riders moved through dark roads, militia and Minutemen began gathering. In homes and taverns, men took down muskets. Families understood that the long crisis might finally be turning into war. Lexington lay on the road. Concord waited beyond it. Most people involved did not yet know they were entering the first day of a revolution. British soldiers believed they were carrying out an operation to seize illegal military supplies. Massachusetts militiamen believed they were defending their communities and rights. Few knew how quickly a confrontation could become history. The years before that night had made the moment possible. The Stamp Act had taught resistance. The Sons of Liberty had taught organization. The Townshend crisis had brought troops to Boston. The Boston Massacre had created martyrs. Committees of correspondence had built networks. The Tea Party had forced punishment. The Intolerable Acts had made Massachusetts a continental cause. The First Continental Congress had given resistance a shared political form. The powder alarm had shown how fast the countryside could rise. So when the British marched in April 1775, they did not enter a quiet province. They entered a landscape already organized for alarm. Episode 1 begins where this prologue ends. On the road, in the dark, with riders spreading the warning and armed men gathering before dawn. In the spring of 1775, there was no United States of America. There was no Declaration of Independence. There was no national flag recognized by the world. There was no president, no capital city, no American army in the modern sense. There were 13 British colonies along the Atlantic coast, tied to an empire that stretched across oceans, guarded by the most powerful navy on earth, and ruled by a king most colonists had once called their own. And yet, before the year was over, farmers would fire on British regulars from behind stone walls. A royal governor in Virginia would offer freedom to enslaved people who joined the king's side. Delegates in Philadelphia would petition for peace while creating a continental army. George Washington would ride north to command men who did not yet agree on what country they belonged to. American forces would seize forts, surround Boston, invade Canada, and end the year in a snowstorm beneath the walls of Quebec. That is what makes 1775 so dangerous and so human. It was not a clean year. It was not a year when everyone knew where history was going. It was a year of half-decisions and crossed thresholds. Men who still called themselves loyal subjects took up arms against the king's soldiers. Moderates begged for reconciliation while their neighbors dug siege lines. British commanders tried to restore order without understanding how quickly authority was slipping from their hands. The war did not begin with a grand declaration. It began with roads, rumors, gunpowder, night riders, frightened towns, and a question no one could answer in time. Once blood was spilled, could the old world be put back together? To understand the American Revolution, we have to begin before independence was inevitable. We have to begin in a colony where resistance had become a habit, where military stores were hidden in barns and taverns, where town meetings carried more local authority than royal proclamations, and where the countryside had already learned to listen for alarm bells in the dark. We begin in Massachusetts. By early 1775, Boston was a city under watch. British troops moved through its streets in red coats, their boots striking stone and frozen mud. Their presence meant to remind the town that Parliament's authority was not a matter for debate. Warships sat in the harbor, soldiers guarded official buildings, merchants, laborers, apprentices, sailors, and shopkeepers moved around them with the forced calm of people who had learned to hide anger in public. For years, Massachusetts had been a center of resistance. The Stamp Act crisis, the Townshend duties, the Boston Massacre, the Boston Tea Party, and the Coercive Acts had hardened positions on both sides. Parliament believed punishment would restore obedience. Many colonists believed punishment proved that their liberties were in danger. The royal governor and military commander in Massachusetts was General Thomas Gage. He was not a cartoon tyrant. He had served in North America for years, had married into an American family, and knew the colonies better than many men in London. But he also had a job: restore royal authority in a province where royal authority was becoming almost theoretical outside Boston. The Massachusetts Provincial Congress, operating outside the royal system, had begun organizing supplies and militia. Powder, muskets, cannon, cartridges, tents, and food were gathered in towns beyond Boston. The men who stored these materials did not always use the word rebellion. They spoke of defense, they spoke of rights, they spoke of being ready if British troops came. And Gage knew they were preparing. His problem was almost impossible. If he did nothing, resistance would look stronger every week. If he struck too hard, he might begin the very war he was trying to prevent. London wanted order, Boston gave him rumors, the countryside gave him silence, and somewhere beyond the city, in towns like Concord, colonists were hiding military stores that could support an army. Inside Boston, Patriot leaders kept watch. Dr. Joseph Warren, a physician and one of the most important resistance figures in the city, gathered intelligence through a network of informants. Paul Revere, a silversmith and messenger, carried information between Boston and the countryside. Samuel Adams and John Hancock, two men British authorities viewed as especially dangerous, were staying in Lexington, outside the city. The road from Boston to Concord became more than a road. It became the line along which empire and resistance would test each other. Gage decided to act. His target was Concord, about 20 miles away, where colonial military stores were believed to be hidden. He would send troops at night, seize or destroy the supplies, and return quickly. The expedition was supposed to be disciplined. It was supposed to avoid plunder. It was supposed to be a controlled assertion of authority. But by April 1775, secrecy in Massachusetts was almost impossible. Patriot observers noticed British preparations. Boats were made ready. Officers moved with unusual purpose. Soldiers received orders. In Boston, people who had been watching the army for months felt the air change. On the night of April 18th, Joseph Warren decided the warning had to go out. The countryside needed to know the regulars were coming. The story is often remembered as one rider, one horse, one midnight cry. But the alarm of April 18th and 19 was not the work of one man. It was a network. It was lanterns, ferrymen, watchers, messengers, church bells, signal guns, and local riders who knew every road between Boston and Concord. Paul Revere mattered, but he was not alone. Joseph Warren sent Revere across the Charles River toward Charlestown. He also sent William Dawes by the land route through Boston Neck. The famous lanterns in the steeple of Old North Church were not a message to every sleeping farmer in Massachusetts. They were a backup signal to patriots in Charlestown. British troops were moving by water. Revere crossed the river in the dark, passing near British ships, the water black and cold around him. Dawes took the longer and more dangerous land route, slipping through a city watched by soldiers. Both men were trying to reach Lexington, where Samuel Adams and John Hancock needed warning. Meanwhile, British regulars were beginning their march. Lieutenant Colonel Francis Smith commanded the expedition. Major John Pitcairn led the advance. The men were experienced soldiers, but the night worked against them. The troops had to cross water, organize in the dark, and move along roads that were already waking against them. Revere reached Lexington around midnight. Dawes arrived not long after. At the house where Hancock and Adams were staying, the warning was blunt. The regulars were out. Lexington's militia captain, John Parker, was already a sick man. He was worn by illness, but he was not timid. He gathered his company near Buckman Tavern, close to Lexington Green. These were not professional soldiers. They were farmers, tradesmen, fathers, sons, neighbors. They knew each other's faces. They knew whose houses stood near the green. They knew what the British army looked like, and they knew they could not defeat it in a formal fight. For a time, it seemed uncertain whether the British were truly coming through Lexington. Parker dismissed some of his men, but ordered them to stay close. Revere and Dawes rode on toward Concord. Along the way, they met Dr. Samuel Prescott, a young physician who knew the local roads. British patrols intercepted them. Revere was captured. Dawes escaped, but was thrown from his horse and could not complete the ride. Prescott leapt a wall or fence, escaped into the dark, and carried the alarm to Concord. That detail matters. Concord was not warned by the lone rider of legend. It was warned because a wider system worked, because people beyond Boston were already prepared to respond, and because Prescott knew the countryside better than the patrols did. Across Middlesex County, alarm bells began to ring. Men rose from beds, muskets came down from walls, powder horns were filled. Wives, mothers, and children watched doors open before dawn, not knowing whether the men leaving would return by nightfall. The British expedition was still moving toward Concord, but it was no longer a secret march. At dawn on April 19, 1775, Lexington Green was cold, damp, and tense. Captain John Parker's militia stood in a small line, far outnumbered by the British advance. Parker did not intend to start a war. According to later memory, he told his men to stand their ground, not to fire unless fired upon, but if the British meant to have a war, it might begin there. Whether those exact words were spoken exactly that way matters less than what the scene reveals. Parker understood the danger. He wanted his men visible, not aggressive. The militia were asserting that their town was not empty, that British soldiers could not simply pass as if Massachusetts were silent. Major John Pitcairn and the British advance entered the Green. The regulars were tired, alert, and angry at the delays of the night. To them, armed men standing in formation looked like defiance. To the militia, the red-coated line looked like coercion made flesh. Someone shouted for the militia to disperse. Parker ordered his men to do so. They began to break apart. Then a shot rang out. No one knows with certainty who fired it. That uncertainty is one of the most important facts in American history. The first shot at Lexington has been claimed, denied, romanticized, investigated, and argued over for generations. It may have come from a nervous militiaman. It may have come from a British soldier. It may have come from somewhere outside the main lines. In that moment, amid smoke, shouting, and fear, the source disappeared into confusion. What followed was not uncertain. British regulars fired. The Lexington militia scattered. 8 Lexington men were killed or mortally wounded. Others were injured. The British officers struggled to restore order among their own troops. The Green, moments earlier a place of tense confrontation, became a place of bodies, smoke, and stunned witnesses. The British did not remain long. Concord was still the target. Smith's column continued west, leaving Lexington behind. But the meaning of the day had changed. Blood had been shed. Local men had died on their own Green. News would travel faster than any official report. To the British commanders, Lexington may have seemed like an unfortunate incident on the way to the real mission. To the people of Massachusetts, it became a wound. By the time the regulars reached Concord, they were no longer merely marching to seize supplies. They were marching through a countryside that now had dead men to avenge. Concord had warning. By the time British troops arrived, many of the military stores had already been moved or hidden. Colonel James Barrett and others had helped disperse supplies to farms and safer locations. British soldiers searched the town. They found some materials and destroyed what they could. Smoke rose from the center of Concord, alarming militia gathered on the nearby heights. The smoke mattered because it looked like the town might be burning. At the North Bridge, a smaller British force guarded the crossing while other troops moved toward Barrett's farm. On the high ground beyond the bridge, militia from Concord and surrounding towns gathered in growing numbers. They could see British soldiers. They could see smoke. They could hear reports from men arriving along the roads. Among the militia was Captain Isaac Davis of Acton, a gunsmith and officer who had prepared his company carefully. His men carried bayonets, a detail that mattered because many militia did not. When the decision came to advance, Davis is remembered as saying he had not a man afraid to go. The militia moved down toward the bridge in column. Major John Buttrick of Concord was among the officers leading them. The British soldiers on the far side, under pressure and uncertain of the militia's intent, began to pull back. Shots were fired. Isaac Davis fell. Abner Hosmer, also from Acton, was killed. Luther Blanchard, the fifer, was wounded. For a moment, the militia saw their own men drop. Then Buttrick gave the order to fire. At Concord's North Bridge, colonial militia fired back at British regulars in organized resistance. The British force retreated from the bridge. It was not a large battle by later standards. The numbers were small. The bridge was modest. The fight lasted only minutes, but historically it was immense. Lexington had been confusion and bloodshed during dispersal. Concord was different. Here, militia advanced, took fire, returned fire, and drove regulars back. In the surrounding farms and houses, civilians were drawn into the day in quieter ways. Families hid supplies. Women watched soldiers search property. Children heard gunfire across fields that had never been meant to become battlefields. The war was not arriving in abstract language. It was stepping into kitchens, barns, orchards, and roads. By late morning, Lieutenant Colonel Smith knew he had a problem. His men had completed only part of the mission. The countryside was fully alarmed. Militia numbers were rising. The road back to Boston would be long, and every mile might be contested. The British column began its return. The day was about to become a running battle. The road from Concord back toward Boston became a long, brutal corridor of smoke and fear. British regulars were trained for European-style warfare, but this was not a neat battlefield. The Massachusetts road bent between farms, stone walls, orchards, wooded patches, houses, and narrow crossings. Militia companies arrived from town after town, each group knowing local terrain better than the men they were attacking. At Merriam's Corner, as British flank guards rejoined the main column, militia opened fire. The retreat began to break into a pattern. British troops pushed forward, militia struck from cover, officers tried to maintain formation, and the column kept moving because stopping might invite disaster. The regulars were exhausted. Many had been marching since the night before. Their ammunition was not unlimited. Their wounded slowed them. Their anger grew. Houses along the road were searched or fired upon. Civilians were caught in the chaos. The fight spread through places whose names would become part of local memory. Brooks Hill, the Bloody Angle, Monotony. Monotony, now part of Arlington, saw some of the fiercest violence of the day. Fighting moved around houses and enclosed spaces. The line between battlefield and village disappeared. Some militia fought from behind walls and buildings. Some British soldiers, convinced they were being attacked from homes, entered houses with lethal force. By early afternoon, Smith's force was in danger of collapse. Then Lord Percy arrived with a relief column from Boston. Percy's men had marched out with artillery and fresh troops. Near Lexington, they formed a protective square and gave Smith's exhausted soldiers a chance to rest. For the British, Percy's arrival may have prevented catastrophe. But it did not end the fighting. The combined British force still had to return to Boston. Militia continued attacking along the road. Percy's troops used cannon to clear threats. Smoke rolled through villages. The wounded were carried or left behind. By the time the regulars reached the safety of Charlestown, the expedition had become something far larger than a failed seizure of supplies. The British had marched out to enforce authority. They returned to Boston under siege. The casualty figures shocked both sides. The British suffered heavily, the colonial militia suffered too, but the psychological result was unmistakable. British regulars had been hurt badly by local militia. Farmers and tradesmen had stood against imperial troops and survived the day. Across New England, men began moving toward Boston. Some came with muskets, some with old military experience, some with more confidence than discipline. They camped around the city in rough lines. They did not yet form a professional army, but they formed something Gage could not ignore. Boston, once the place from which British authority radiated outward, was now trapped. The war had begun. After Lexington and Concord, the geography of the conflict changed overnight. Boston sat on a peninsula, connected to the mainland by a narrow neck and surrounded by water. British troops controlled the town, the harbor, and the ships. But outside Boston, thousands of New England militia gathered in a loose ring. They came from Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Hampshire, and Rhode Island. Their camps were improvised. Their supplies were uneven. Their command structure was imperfect. But they were there. General Artemus Ward held senior command among the Massachusetts forces. Israel Putnam, a veteran of earlier wars, became one of the famous faces of the siege. Joseph Warren, still technically a civilian leader for part of this period, moved between politics and military preparation with restless urgency. Inside Boston, Gage waited for reinforcements and tried to understand the scale of the crisis. The city contained loyalists, civilians, soldiers, refugees, and prisoners of circumstance. Food and movement were restricted. The harbour kept British power alive, but the countryside was no longer obedient. Then the war widened northward. On May 10th, the same day the Second Continental Congress convened in Philadelphia, a force associated with Ethan Allen and the Green Mountain Boys moved against Fort Ticonderoga on Lake Champlain. Benedict Arnold, acting under authority from Massachusetts, also pushed toward the fort. The two men were ambitious, proud, and difficult. Their cooperation was uneasy from the beginning. Fort Ticonderoga was not heavily defended. Its British garrison was small and surprised. The capture itself was quick, but the consequences were enormous. Ticonderoga held artillery. Cannon were the missing language of the siege of Boston. Militia with muskets could surround a city, but artillery could force a decision. The guns at Ticonderoga would later be hauled across winter roads by Henry Knox, a Boston bookseller with a gift for logistics and artillery. That future operation would help compel the British evacuation of Boston in 1776. In May 1775, that was still ahead. But the capture of Ticonderoga revealed something important. The war was not going to stay in one Massachusetts road. It was already spreading across lakes, forts, colonies, and ambitions. Benedict Arnold, in particular, enters the story here as a patriot hero in the making. It is tempting to let his later betrayal darken every scene he enters. But in 1775, Arnold was brave, energetic, and hungry for recognition. He saw possibilities quickly. He acted quickly. He also quarreled quickly. The revolution would attract men like that, men who could perform extraordinary service and carry extraordinary danger inside the same character. While armed men gathered around Boston, delegates gathered in Philadelphia. The Second Continental Congress faced a crisis with no easy vocabulary. If they called the fighting rebellion, they risked confirming the harshest British accusations. If they treated it as a local disturbance, they ignored the reality of bloodshed and siege. If they did nothing, Massachusetts might fight alone. If they did too much, they might push the colonies beyond reconciliation. The delegates were not united. Some wanted stronger resistance. Some still hoped for peaceful settlement. John Dickinson of Pennsylvania represented the cautious, reconciliation-minded strain of thought. John Adams of Massachusetts pushed for decisive continental action. John Hancock, also of Massachusetts, became president of Congress, a signal that the colony at the center of the crisis would not be abandoned. The army outside Boston needed legitimacy. It also needed to become more than a New England force. That meant choosing a commander. George Washington of Virginia had attended Congress in military dress. He was tall, controlled, wealthy, and experienced from the French and Indian War, though his earlier military record was complicated. He was not the most experienced general available in a European sense, but he offered something politics needed as much as warfare did. He was from Virginia. Putting a Virginian in command of the forces around Boston helped transform the conflict from a Massachusetts cause into a continental one. It told New England that the southern colonies would share the burden. It told Britain that the resistance was not merely a Boston disorder. On June 15th, Congress chose Washington as commander-in-chief. On June 16th, he accepted in a speech carefully shaped by modesty and duty. He said he did not think himself equal to the command, and he asked not to profit from the office beyond his expenses. The words mattered because Washington understood performance. He knew he had to appear ambitious enough to command, but not so ambitious that Republican-minded men feared him. His self-control became part of his authority. But while Congress debated, events outside Boston were accelerating. British reinforcements had arrived, including Generals William Howe, Henry Clinton, and John Burgoyne. The British position in Boston was stronger than it had been in April. The Americans surrounding the town wanted to prevent the British from breaking out and occupying the high ground around the harbor. The Charlestown Peninsula became the next flashpoint. The heights there overlooked Boston and the harbor. If colonial forces fortified them, the British could not ignore it. If the British allowed it, their position in Boston would become more dangerous. On the night of June 16th, colonial troops moved onto the peninsula. They were supposed to fortify Bunker Hill. Instead, they built their main redoubt on Breed's Hill, closer to Boston and more provocative. By morning, British officers looked across the water and saw earthworks where none had been the day before. The battle that followed would be remembered by the wrong hill's name, but no one would mistake its significance. June 17, 1775, was hot, smoky, and terrifying. On Breed's Hill, colonial troops worked with shovels, picks, and exhausted hands to strengthen the redoubt they had thrown up overnight. Colonel William Prescott played a central role in holding the position. Israel Putnam moved through the wider defenses. John Stark brought New Hampshire men to the rail fence, a position that would become crucial because it extended the American line and helped protect the flank. Across the water, the British prepared to attack. General William Howe would lead the assault. The British plan was direct: land troops on the Charlestown Peninsula, advance uphill, and drive the provincials from the works. British commanders believed discipline, bayonets, and artillery would decide the issue. They had reason to think so. They were professional soldiers, facing men many officers still dismissed as irregulars. But the Americans had terrain, cover, and desperation. Charlestown began to burn. British guns fired from ships and batteries. Smoke rose behind the battlefield, turning the peninsula into a stage of flame and powder haze. Civilians watched from Boston rooftops and distant hills. This was not a skirmish on a country road. It was a public battle, visible to thousands. The first British assault moved forward in ordered lines. Red coats advanced over fences, grass, and uneven ground toward men waiting behind earth and rail. The Americans held fire until the range was close. Then they fired into the advancing line. The British fell back. Howe reformed his men and attacked again. Again, the defenders poured fire into the assault. Officers went down, soldiers stepped over bodies. The heat, smoke, noise, and slope made every yard costly. The British fell back a second time. For the Americans, ammunition was becoming the deciding fact. Courage could not replace powder. Muskets without cartridges became clubs. The defenders had held against 2 assaults, but their supply was running out. On the third attack, the British concentrated against the redoubt. Bayonets mattered now. Many Americans lacked them. The fighting became close and violent. The defenders began to withdraw. British troops finally took the position. Technically, Bunker Hill was a British victory, but it was a victory that felt like a warning. British casualties were staggering. Many officers were killed or wounded. The cost shocked the army and the empire. The Americans had lost the ground, but they had proven something London could not easily dismiss. Colonial forces, if protected by earthworks and commanded with determination, would stand against regulars in a pitched battle. The dead included Dr. Joseph Warren, who had accepted a general's commission but fought as a volunteer in the redoubt. His death became a patriot martyrdom. Major John Pitcairn, present at Lexington, was mortally wounded. Black soldiers, including men later remembered as Peter Salem and Salem Poor, were part of the Patriot fighting force. Their exact actions have been debated, but their presence matters because the revolution's promise and contradictions were already standing in the same smoke. Bunker Hill changed assumptions. British commanders understood the war would not be cheap. American leaders understood bravery alone would not be enough. They needed command, supply, discipline, powder, artillery, and time. George Washington was on his way to inherit that problem. George Washington reached Cambridge in early July and took command on July 3, 1775. The army he found was passionate, brave, and dangerously fragile. It was not yet the Continental Army of later memory. It was a collection of provincial forces with different enlistments, habits, officers, uniforms, supplies, and expectations. Men came and went. Some obeyed local leaders more readily than distant authority. Camp sanitation was poor, powder was scarce. Discipline had to be built without crushing the volunteer spirit that had brought the men there in the first place. Washington understood that command was not only giving orders, it was creating legitimacy. He had to persuade New England troops to accept a Virginian commander. He had to persuade Congress to send money, supplies, and authority. He had to watch British forces in Boston without launching a reckless attack. He had to make an army appear stronger than it was. Powder shortage was one of his deepest anxieties. An army surrounding Boston without enough gunpowder was a bluff that could become a disaster if exposed. Washington and his officers had to conceal weakness while searching for supplies. He also had to think politically. The men outside Boston were fighting under the eyes of colonies that had not yet declared independence. Every decision carried meaning. Too much aggression could frighten moderates. Too little could embolden British commanders. Desertion, disorder, or failure might damage the cause more than a lost battle. Washington's command style emerged under pressure. Formal, controlled, image-conscious, often frustrated, sometimes severe. He believed discipline was liberty's guardrail, not its enemy. An army that behaved like a mob would lose both military effectiveness and moral authority. Around Boston, siege life settled into a strange rhythm. Men drilled, dug, waited, fell ill, wrote letters, watched British lines, listened for rumors, wondered whether their enlistments would end before the war did. Inside Boston, British soldiers and civilians endured their own confinement. Loyalists feared Patriot revenge if the town fell. Patriots trapped inside feared British suspicion. The siege was not a simple ring of good men around bad men. It was a city of divided loyalties, surrounded by an army still learning how to exist. In Philadelphia, Congress continued trying to hold together two ideas that were becoming harder to reconcile. They were fighting, and they were still petitioning. In July 1775, the Continental Congress adopted the Olive Branch Petition. The petition appealed directly to King George III, asking for reconciliation and relief from the crisis. To modern ears, it can sound almost impossible. How could men authorize military resistance and still ask the king for peace? But that contradiction was 1775. Many colonists still distinguished between the king and parliament, between imperial corruption and royal justice, between resistance and independence. They believed or hoped that if the king understood their grievances, he might intervene. John Dickinson and other moderates saw petitioning as morally and politically necessary. Even men more skeptical of reconciliation understood that the colonies had to show they had not rushed toward rebellion. At nearly the same time, Congress issued the Declaration of the Causes and Necessity of Taking Up Arms. Its message was firm. The colonies were not seeking conquest or domination, but they would defend their liberties by force if necessary. To Britain, these distinctions looked increasingly hollow. Armed men were besieging a British army. Forts had been seized. Royal authority had collapsed across much of Massachusetts. Whatever language Congress used, rebellion seemed to be happening in practice. In August, King George III issued a proclamation declaring the colonies in a state of open rebellion. That response made reconciliation far less likely. The emotional break was not yet complete for everyone, but the political path back was narrowing. This is one reason 1775 should not be treated as merely a prelude to 1776. It was the year in which Americans learned that events could outrun intentions. A man could begin the year asking for rights as an Englishman and end it drilling under a continental commission. A delegate could sign a petition for peace while voting to supply an army. A royal official could insist on obedience while losing practical control of the countryside. The empire and the colonies were no longer arguing in pamphlets alone. They were arguing through logistics, muskets, hunger, fear, and command. And beyond New England and Philadelphia, the war's meaning was becoming still more complicated. In Virginia, Lord Dunmore would make a proclamation that forced patriots to confront a reality many preferred to keep outside the language of liberty. Enslaved people were watching the war too. In November 1775, John Murray, Lord Dunmore, Royal Governor of Virginia, issued a proclamation from aboard a British ship. Virginia had been sliding toward conflict. Dunmore had clashed with Patriot leaders, removed gunpowder from Williamsburg, and retreated from the capital. From the water, backed by British naval power, he tried to regain leverage. His proclamation declared martial law and offered freedom to enslaved people and indentured servants belonging to rebels if they joined the king's forces. The offer was limited. It did not free all enslaved people. It did not apply to those owned by loyalists. It was a wartime measure designed to weaken rebels and strengthen British arms. But for enslaved people living under rebel masters, it opened a dangerous possibility. Freedom could be pursued through the chaos of empire. For Virginia patriots, Dunmore's proclamation was terrifying. It threatened property, social order, military security, and the racial system at the heart of plantation wealth. Men who spoke loudly of liberty now faced enslaved people who might define liberty differently and act on that definition. This is not a side story. It belongs at the center of 1775 because it reveals the revolution's fracture lines. The war was about constitutional rights, imperial power, taxation, representation, local self-government, and military coercion. It was also about slavery, loyalty, escape, fear, and opportunity. Some enslaved people fled to British lines. Some would serve in units associated with Dunmore. Disease and hardship would kill many. British promises could be strategic and unreliable, but they were still promises made in a world where patriot liberty often excluded the enslaved. The revolution was becoming a war in which different people heard different meanings in the same words. Liberty to a Massachusetts militiaman might mean protection from parliamentary overreach. Liberty to a Virginia planter might mean self-government without imperial interference. Liberty to an enslaved man or woman might mean crossing water at night toward the uniform of the king. 1775 did not resolve those contradictions. It exposed them. And while Virginia faced its own crisis, American leaders were already attempting something bold, risky, and premature. They were carrying the war into Canada. The invasion of Canada was born from strategy, hope, and miscalculation. American leaders feared that British forces might use Canada as a base to strike south along the Lake Champlain-Hudson corridor, splitting New England from the other colonies. They also hoped French-speaking Canadians might join or at least tolerate the American cause. If Canada could be brought into the resistance, the war's northern frontier would transform. Two American movements developed. One force, associated with Philip Schuyler and then Richard Montgomery, pushed north through Lake Champlain toward Montreal. Another, led by Benedict Arnold, would attempt a brutal march through the Maine wilderness toward Quebec. Montgomery was capable, brave, and respected. Arnold was relentless, ambitious, and almost terrifyingly energetic. Together, though not always physically together, they represented the American gamble in the North. The campaign had moments of success. Forts fell. Montreal was captured in November. British Governor Guy Carleton narrowly escaped and moved toward Quebec, the strongest position in the region. Arnold's march through Maine became one of the harsh ordeals of the early war. Men dragged boats through wilderness, crossed swamps, fought hunger, sickness, cold, bad maps, and exhaustion. Supplies spoiled or ran out. Some turned back. Those who continued staggered toward the St. Lawrence, half-starved and worn down. Arnold reached the outskirts of Quebec with men who had endured almost more than an army could reasonably be asked to endure. Montgomery joined him after Montreal. The combined American force faced a hard problem. Quebec was fortified, winter was closing in, enlistments were expiring, and time favored the defenders. Carleton prepared the city. The Americans lacked heavy artillery sufficient to batter their way in. A siege through winter would be difficult. Waiting might dissolve the army. So they chose assault. The date would be December 31st, 1775. The weather would be a snowstorm. The plan required columns to move through darkness, wind, and narrow approaches beneath the city's defenses. Montgomery would attack from one direction, Arnold from another. If they could break through the lower town and link up, perhaps Quebec might fall. It was bold, it was desperate, and it would end 1775 not with triumph, but with blood in the snow. Before dawn on December 31st, American troops moved through a blizzard toward Quebec. Snow and wind reduced visibility. Muskets were difficult to keep dry. Men stumbled along icy paths beneath dark walls and cliffs. The city above them was awake enough. Guy Carleton's defenders were ready. Richard Montgomery led his column along the riverside. He had already achieved real success in the campaign, but Quebec was different. As his men advanced toward a barricade, defenders opened fire. Montgomery was killed. His leading officers fell with him. The column faltered and withdrew. Benedict Arnold's column fought into the lower town from another direction. Arnold was wounded in the leg and carried from the fight, but his men pressed on under Daniel Morgan, a tough rifleman leader from Virginia. Morgan and his soldiers pushed forward through streets, barriers, and confusion. For a moment, the attack still had life, but without Montgomery's column, without coordination, and with defenders closing in, the Americans were trapped. Morgan's men were surrounded. Many were captured. The assault failed. Quebec did not fall. The defeat was severe. Montgomery was dead. Arnold was wounded. Morgan was a prisoner. Hundreds of Americans were killed, wounded, or captured. The survivors outside the city were left to maintain a difficult position in winter, far from easy supply, with sickness and expiring enlistments threatening the campaign. It was a grim ending to a year that had begun with farmers gathering before dawn on Lexington Green. And yet, even failure at Quebec revealed how far the conflict had moved. In April, the crisis was whether British troops could seize stores in Concord. By December, American forces had invaded another British province and tried to take one of its strongest cities. The scale of imagination had changed. The men beneath Quebec's walls were not fighting in defense of one Massachusetts town. They were part of a continental war whose goals were still forming, whose politics were still unstable, and whose human cost was rising every month. 1775 ended in uncertainty. Boston was still occupied. Washington's army still lacked everything it needed. Congress had not declared independence. The king had declared rebellion. Enslaved people in Virginia had been offered a path toward freedom through British lines. Canada had not joined the American cause. The British army had not been defeated. The Americans had not been crushed. There was no clear end in sight. There was only the knowledge that the old relationship had been broken by gunfire, siege, proclamation, and winter assault. The American Revolution did not become inevitable in a single instant. Not at Lexington, not at Concord, not at Bunker Hill, not in Congress, not at Quebec. It became harder to stop through accumulation, a shot no one could identify. 8 dead men on Lexington Green, militia firing back at North Bridge, British troops bleeding along Battle Road, Boston surrounded, Ticonderoga seized, Congress choosing Washington, Charlestown burning, Warren dead, the king declaring rebellion, Dunmore offering freedom to the enslaved of rebels, Montgomery falling in the snow. Each event narrowed the path back. That is the power of 1775. It shows revolution before certainty. It shows people acting before they fully understand what their actions will require. It shows courage mixed with fear, principle mixed with self-interest, liberty mixed with exclusion, and hope mixed with violence. The men and women who lived through that year did not know they were entering the first chapter of a national origin story. They knew the road to Concord. They knew the sound of bells. They knew the smell of powder. They knew the sight of soldiers in their streets, delegates in heated rooms, ships in the harbor, and snow on the walls of Quebec. By the end of 1775, America was not independent, but it was armed, and once a people has fired, buried its dead, built an army, and watched the king call it rebellion, the future becomes harder to negotiate back into the past. The next year would bring Thomas Paine's Common Sense, the guns of Dorchester Heights, the British evacuation of Boston, the Declaration of Independence, the disaster in New York, and the desperate crossing of the Delaware. But before 1776 could declare a nation, 1775 had to make retreat impossible. This was the year America took up arms. 1776 is remembered as the year America declared independence. But for the people living through it, the year did not feel like a clean national birth. It felt like a gamble made in public while an empire gathered its strength. At the beginning of the year, George Washington's army still surrounded Boston. It was short of powder, short of money, short of discipline, and short of time. The colonies had not yet declared independence. Many still hoped for reconciliation, or at least feared the consequences of breaking fully from the British crown. By July, the Continental Congress would approve words that changed history. That the United Colonies were, and of right ought to be, free and independent states. But paper could not stop a British fleet. By late summer, New York Harbor would fill with ships. British and Hessian troops would land in overwhelming numbers. Washington's army would be defeated on Long Island, nearly trapped, pushed out of New York City, driven through New Jersey, and reduced by sickness, desertion, expiring enlistments, hunger, and despair. By December, the revolution seemed close to collapse. That is why 1776 is one of the most dramatic years in American history. It is the year the revolution found its voice, and the year that voice almost died in the cold. This is the story of Common Sense and Dorchester Heights. of Philadelphia and Independence Hall, of British sails on the horizon, of Brooklyn Hills, East River fog, a burning city, a hanged spy, and an army retreating through mud and winter. It is the story of a commander who made mistakes, lost cities, preserved an army, and at the edge of ruin chose to cross an icy river on Christmas night. Before the Declaration could become a nation, it had to survive 1776. And that survival did not come from one clean victory. It came from adaptation. Washington would learn that losing a city was not the same as losing the war. Congress would learn that declaring independence did not magically create money, soldiers, shoes, muskets, or international recognition. Ordinary civilians would learn that the revolution was not a distant argument among famous men. It moved through streets, farms, harbors, churches, taverns, and family loyalties. Some Americans cheered independence, some feared it. Some remained loyal to the crown, some tried to stay out of politics and discovered that armies do not always permit neutrality. Enslaved people listened to patriot language about liberty while weighing British promises and local danger. Native nations watched the rebellion with their own strategic calculations, understanding that a patriot victory might mean even more pressure on their lands. That is the deeper story of 1776. It is not only the birth of a nation, it is the beginning of a long argument over what that nation would mean. In January 1776, a pamphlet appeared that changed the language of the Revolution. It was called Common Sense, written by Thomas Paine, an English-born writer who had arrived in America only recently. Paine did not write like a cautious lawyer or a polished gentleman of Congress. He wrote like a man trying to tear the mask off an old belief. For years, many colonists had blamed Parliament, ministers, corruption, or bad policy. Paine aimed higher. He attacked monarchy itself. He argued that an island should not rule a continent, that hereditary kingship was absurd, and that reconciliation with Britain would only bring future danger. The force of common sense was not only its argument, it was its timing. The war had begun, but independence had not yet been declared. Boston was still occupied. Families had buried men from Lexington, Concord, and Bunker Hill. The king had declared the colonies in rebellion. British authority and colonial loyalty could no longer comfortably live in the same sentence. Paine gave many readers permission to say what they had only begun to think. Independence, not merely rights within empire, not merely protest, not merely a return to the old arrangement if the king became kinder. Independence. The pamphlet spread rapidly. It was read in taverns, homes, workshops, and military camps. Some readers were electrified, others were horrified. Loyalists saw treason, moderates saw danger. But the center of gravity shifted. Paine's power came from plainness. He did not ask readers to admire clever legal distinctions. He asked them to look at the world as it had become. British troops had fired on colonists. The king had treated the resistance as rebellion. More soldiers were coming. Why cling to a parent country, Paine argued, that now behaved like an enemy? His opponents understood the danger of the argument. Once monarchy itself became the target, reconciliation looked less like peace and more like surrender to a system that had already failed. Common sense helped turn emotional outrage into political imagination. It made independence sound not only possible, but practical. In military camps, the pamphlet offered a different kind of weapon. Men who were cold, underpaid, and uncertain needed to know what their suffering was for. Paine gave them a vocabulary larger than Massachusetts, larger than taxes, larger than one king's ministers. He spoke of a continent, a new beginning, and a cause that could belong to ordinary people. Still, words alone could not free Boston. For that, Washington needed guns. The artillery that would change Boston had begun far to the north, at Fort Ticonderoga. In 1775, American forces had captured the fort and its cannon. But capturing guns was not the same as using them. The heavy artillery sat hundreds of miles from Boston, across winter roads, frozen rivers, rough tracks, and deep snow. Henry Knox believed they could be moved. Knox was a Boston bookseller turned artillery officer, large in body and imagination, with the kind of confidence logistics sometimes requires before reality agrees. Through the winter, he and his men hauled cannon from Ticonderoga toward Boston in what became one of the great logistical feats of the early war. Oxen strained, Sledges broke, ice threatened to crack beneath the weight. Snowstorms slowed the column, but the guns came south. Washington now had the instrument he needed. The key was Dorchester Heights, high ground overlooking Boston and the harbor. If American artillery appeared there, the British position would become dangerous. Ships in the harbor could be threatened. The town could no longer be held comfortably. On the night of March 4, 1776, American troops moved quietly onto the heights. They worked through the dark, building fortifications with remarkable speed. By morning, British officers looked up and saw works where none had stood the night before. General William Howe recognized the danger. He planned an assault, but weather interfered, and the memory of Bunker Hill hung over every calculation. Attacking fortified heights could be costly. Staying in Boston under American guns could be worse. The British chose evacuation. On March 17, 1776, British forces and many Loyalists left Boston by sea. For Americans, it was a tremendous morale victory. The town that had been occupied, punished, and watched for years was free of British troops. Washington had forced a British army to leave without a direct assault. But Boston was not the end of the war. It was the end of the First Theater. The British would return with more ships, more soldiers, and a better target. New York. The evacuation also carried a quieter cost. Many Loyalists left with the British. Families who had remained loyal to the Crown or feared Patriot punishment boarded ships and departed the town. For them, the Patriot victory was not liberation. It was exile. The revolution was already dividing neighbors into winners, losers, refugees, and suspects. Washington received praise and deserved much of it, yet he understood the victory had not destroyed British power. Howe's army had left Boston intact. The Royal Navy remained the great fact of the war. Britain could choose another coast, another harbor, another campaign. Boston had been defended by geography and siege lines. New York would be different. Still, the victory mattered. It told Americans that the British could be forced to move. It gave Congress a success at the very moment independence was becoming thinkable. And it gave Washington confidence, perhaps more confidence than New York's geography would justify. The evacuation of Boston strengthened the Patriot cause, but it did not settle the central question. Were the colonies still fighting for rights within the British Empire, or were they fighting to become something else? In the spring and early summer of 1776, the pressure moved toward Philadelphia. The Continental Congress was not a single mind. Delegates carried different instructions, different fears, and different visions of the future. Some colonies moved quickly toward independence. Others hesitated. Some men worried that declaring independence too soon would divide the colonies, alienate moderates, and make reconciliation impossible. But reconciliation was becoming harder to imagine. British military preparations were massive. The king had rejected the idea that the colonies were merely petitioning subjects. Fighting had spread. Common sense had sharpened public debate. Local governments and conventions began telling their delegates to support independence. On June 7th, Richard Henry Lee of Virginia introduced a resolution declaring that the United Colonies were, and of right ought to be, free and independent states. Congress did not vote immediately. The matter was too large. A committee was appointed to draft a formal declaration in case independence passed. The committee included Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, Roger Sherman, and Robert Livingston. Jefferson, a young Virginian with a gift for political language, became the principal draftsman. The declaration would not be a military order. It would not create victory. It would explain a break that had already become unavoidable for many. It would tell the world why the colonies believed they were justified in separating from Britain. In late June and early July, Congress debated. It edited. It argued. It removed passages, softened some language, sharpened other claims, and balanced principle against politics. John Dickinson, one of the most important moderate voices, opposed declaring independence at that moment. He believed the colonies were not ready and that foreign alliances should be secured first. His caution was not cowardice. It was a serious fear that a declaration without military strength might become a death warrant. That fear was not unreasonable, but history was moving. Outside Congress, local politics accelerated the decision. Colonial assemblies, conventions, and committees debated instructions. Newspapers carried arguments for and against separation. Towns and counties weighed in. Independence was not simply pronounced from above. It rose through a messy political culture of petitions, meetings, pamphlets, rumors, sermons, and pressure from war itself. Foreign policy mattered too. If the colonies wanted help from France or other European powers, they could not merely present themselves as disgruntled British subjects. They needed to become a political entity capable of making alliances. Independence was therefore not only an emotional break, it was a diplomatic strategy. The men in Congress knew they were writing under military shadow. British forces were gathering for a campaign. If they waited for perfect security, they might never declare. If they declared too soon and were defeated, they might be remembered not as founders, but as rebels who misjudged the strength of an empire. On July 2, 1776, Congress approved independence. John Adams believed that date would be celebrated by future generations. 2 days later, on July 4th, Congress approved the final text of the Declaration of Independence. The words were extraordinary, but they were also dangerous. They accused King George III of repeated injuries and usurpations. They claimed that governments derived their just powers from the consent of the governed. They declared that the colonies were free and independent states. In Philadelphia, the decision carried ceremony, but also fear. The men involved understood that if the revolution failed, their signatures and votes could be treated as treason. The declaration did not protect them. It exposed them. The document also carried contradictions from the beginning. It spoke of equality while slavery remained embedded in colonial society. It claimed universal principles while many people were excluded from political power. Enslaved people, free Black Americans, women, native nations, loyalists, and the poor would all experience the revolution in ways the Declaration did not fully answer. But the Declaration gave the patriot cause a new identity. The war was no longer only a defense of rights, it was a war for independence. When the Declaration reached Washington's army in New York, it was read aloud to the troops. In the city, a statue of King George III was pulled down by a crowd. The symbolic break was powerful, but symbols do not hold a harbor. Even as Americans celebrated independence, British ships gathered off New York in numbers that made the scale of imperial power visible. Masts filled the water, troops arrived by the thousands. The British were not coming to debate the Declaration. They were coming to crush the rebellion. In New York, the Declaration did not erase uncertainty. The crowd that pulled down the statue of King George acted with symbolic force, but symbols can be dangerous when they outrun events. The lead from the statue was reportedly turned toward military use, a perfect image of the year. Royal authority melted down into bullets. For loyalists, the Declaration confirmed their worst fears. These were no longer protests by British subjects. This was separation. In areas where loyalist feeling remained strong, especially around New York, Staten Island, and parts of New Jersey, the arrival of British forces gave the king's supporters new confidence. For Washington, independence made defeat more serious. If his army failed now, there might be no easy return to negotiation. The Declaration had raised the moral stakes and the personal danger for everyone attached to the cause. New York was a dangerous place to defend. Its geography favored the British Navy. Islands, rivers, bays, and channels allowed ships to move troops and supplies in ways Washington could not easily match. Manhattan, Long Island, Staten Island, the East River, the Hudson, and the harbor formed a maze of opportunity for an army backed by sea power. Washington understood that New York mattered. It was a major port, a political symbol, and a strategic gateway. But defending it required guessing where the British would strike and spreading limited troops across too much ground. General William Howe commanded the British Army. His brother, Admiral Richard Howe, commanded the naval force and also served as a peace commissioner. The Howe brothers hoped, at least at moments, that a combination of military pressure and negotiation might restore the empire. But after independence, the ground for compromise had shifted. British power gathered on Staten Island. Red-coated regulars, Hessian auxiliaries from German states, artillery, cavalry, sailors, transports, and warships made the expedition one of the largest imperial forces ever sent to North America. For Americans watching from New York, the sight was sobering. Independence had been declared in words, Now it had to face an army. Washington positioned troops on Long Island, especially on the Brooklyn Heights area, while also trying to hold Manhattan. His army included men from different colonies, with uneven training and uncertain experience. Some had fought around Boston. Many had not faced a major British assault. The British chose Long Island. In late August, they landed in force. The American army waiting for them was brave, but uneven. Some regiments had experience, others had enthusiasm in place of training. Officers argued over rank and responsibility. Supplies were inconsistent, disease moved through camps, men came from colonies that did not always trust one another. The idea of a united American army was still being built day by day. Washington had to defend too much with too little. If he abandoned New York without a fight, Congress and the public might see cowardice. If he tried to hold everything, he risked destruction. His instinct was to defend the city because politically, psychologically, and strategically it seemed too important to yield. Howe had the luxury of choosing the point of attack. That advantage shaped the campaign from the beginning. The battle that followed would be the largest of the war and one of Washington's greatest dangers. The Battle of Long Island began with a British plan that exploited American weakness. American forces guarded several passes through the heights of Guam, a line of hills and wooded roads on Long Island. But the Jamaica Pass, farther east, was not adequately secured. British commanders found the opening. While part of the British force demonstrated against the Americans, a large flanking column moved through the Jamaica Pass during the night. By morning, American troops were in grave danger. They were hit from more than one direction, confused, overwhelmed, and pushed back toward Brooklyn. The fighting was fierce. Maryland troops made a famous stand near the old stone house, buying time for others to retreat. Men crossed marshes and open ground under fire. The Americans suffered heavily. Washington watched from Brooklyn Heights as parts of his army were battered. The defeat was severe, but the greater danger was still ahead. If Howe trapped the Americans against the East River, Washington could lose not merely a battle, but the army itself. For reasons still debated, Howe did not immediately storm the Brooklyn Heights defenses. He may have wished to avoid needless casualties. He may have believed siege operations would finish the job. He may have remembered the cost of Bunker Hill. Washington used the pause. On the night of August 29th into August 30th, he ordered an evacuation across the East River. John Glover's Marblehead men, sailors and fishermen skilled on the water, played a crucial role. Boats moved silently through darkness. Troops withdrew in secrecy. A fog helped conceal the final movement. By morning, the army was gone. The escape from Long Island was one of Washington's most important achievements. It did not erase defeat, but it preserved the army. And in the Revolution, preserving the army often mattered more than holding ground. Still, the campaign was only beginning. New York City itself was about to fall. The Long Island escape became one of those moments where weather, seamanship, discipline, and luck met. The army moved without fires, without drums, without the usual noise of a retreat. Glover's Marblehead men ferried regiment after regiment across dangerous water. A shift in wind helped. Fog covered the final movement. Men who had expected another day of battle found themselves slipping away from catastrophe. Washington was among the last to leave. It was not theatrical bravery for its own sake. Commanders often had to be seen sharing danger. If the army was to trust him through defeat, it had to believe he would not abandon it. Long Island taught a lesson that would define Washington's war. The Continental Army could lose territory, but if it survived, the Revolution survived with it. The British could win battles and still fail to end the war if Washington refused to give them the decisive destruction they needed. After Long Island, Washington faced a harsh question. Could Manhattan be held? The British Navy and Army had too many options. They could land, flank, threaten, and shift faster than Washington's forces could respond. The Americans withdrew from some positions, tried to hold others, and struggled to maintain order under pressure. In September, British forces landed at Kips Bay on Manhattan. American troops panicked and fled. Washington, furious and humiliated, tried to rally men who would not stand. It was one of the moments when the army's fragility became painfully visible. There was a brighter moment soon after at Harlem Heights, where American forces fought well and regained some confidence. But Harlem Heights did not reverse the strategic situation. New York City fell to the British. Then the city burned. A major fire swept through parts of New York in September. The cause remains debated, and both sides suspected the other. What mattered in the moment was the atmosphere it created: occupation, suspicion, ruins, and fear. Around the same time, an American officer named Nathan Hale was captured while attempting intelligence work behind British lines. He was executed as a spy. Later memory gave him famous final words about regretting that he had only one life to lose for his country. Whether the exact wording is certain or not, Hale became a symbol of sacrifice, but symbols again could not stop Howe. The British pressed north. Washington fought at White Plains in October, then continued withdrawing. Fort Washington on Manhattan became a disaster. In November, British forces captured the fort and took thousands of prisoners. Fort Lee, across the Hudson, soon had to be abandoned. The American position in the New York area collapsed. Washington's army retreated across New Jersey. Fort Washington was especially damaging. Thousands of men were captured, and prisoners in British hands often faced grim conditions. The loss struck at morale and exposed disagreement among American commanders over whether the fort should have been held. Washington had wanted to defend positions, but New York had punished that instinct repeatedly. The fall of the city also changed civilian life. British-occupied New York became a center of loyalist activity, military administration, prison ships, intelligence work, and wartime suffering. For the remainder of the war, the city would remain in British hands, a reminder that independence did not mean control. Washington now had to make a psychological transition. He could no longer fight like a commander, trying to defend every important place. He had to fight like a commander, trying to keep the cause alive. The retreat through New Jersey was the revolution at its lowest point. Washington's army was shrinking. Men were sick, hungry, barefoot, exhausted, and discouraged. Enlistments were expiring. Some soldiers had signed on for terms that would end with the year. Others deserted. Local support wavered. Loyalists gained confidence. Civilians watched the army pass and wondered whether the Patriot cause was already lost. British and Hessian forces pursued. Cornwallis pressed the chase. Town after town saw the Americans withdraw: Newark, New Brunswick, Princeton, Trenton. The names became markers in a long movement of loss. Washington did not look like a victorious founder. He looked like a commander trying to keep a collapsing army alive. Congress fled Philadelphia for a time, fearing the British might advance on the city. Thomas Paine, who had helped push the country toward independence with common sense, now wrote another kind of appeal. The American crisis opened with words meant for despair. "These are the times that try men's souls." That sentence mattered because it named what people felt. The summer's confidence was gone. The declaration had not brought military success. It had made the stakes final. If the army dissolved, independence might become a memory of a failed rebellion. By December, Washington had crossed into Pennsylvania, beyond the Delaware River. The British and Hessian troops occupied positions in New Jersey, including Trenton. Many British commanders believed the campaign season was essentially ending. Winter would pause major operations. The rebellion seemed weak enough to wait out. Washington saw the same facts and reached a different conclusion. If he did nothing, his army might disappear. He needed a victory. Not someday, not in the spring. Now. The retreat also tested public faith. Men who had celebrated independence in July now saw the army falling back in December. Farmers had to decide whether to help Washington, sell to British foragers, hide supplies, or wait to see who would win. Local committees tried to maintain Patriot authority, but military reality had a way of weakening political language. Paine's American Crisis was read to troops in this atmosphere. Its opening line endured because it refused to pretend the moment was easy. A summer soldier and sunshine patriot, Paine warned, would shrink from service in crisis. The line cut because everyone knew crisis had arrived. Washington's decision to strike was therefore more than a battlefield calculation. It was an attempt to interrupt a story of collapse. If the year ended with retreat and expiring enlistments, the army might fade away. If it ended with a victory, even a small one, the revolution might breathe again. Washington chose Trenton. The town was held by Hessian troops under Colonel Johann Roll. Hessians were German auxiliaries hired by Britain, disciplined soldiers whose presence became a patriot propaganda gift. To many Americans, foreign troops fighting for the king made the war feel even harsher. Washington's plan was dangerous. On Christmas night 1776, his force would cross the Delaware River from Pennsylvania into New Jersey, march through freezing weather, and strike Trenton before dawn. The river was filled with ice. The weather was brutal. Snow, sleet, wind, and darkness slowed everything. Men struggled into boats. Artillery had to be moved. Horses, guns, and soldiers crossed in miserable conditions. Some planned crossings by other American forces failed. Washington's column was delayed, but it crossed. The march to Trenton was punishing. Men moved through cold roads in the dark. Some lacked proper shoes. Blood on snow became part of later memory because it captured the physical cost of the campaign, whether every detail of the image was literal for every man or not. Washington pressed on. Surprise was still possible. At Trenton on the morning of December 26th, the Americans attacked. The crossing has become one of the most painted and mythologized scenes in American memory. But beneath the legend was a practical nightmare. Boats had to carry men who were exhausted before the march began. Artillery had to be moved through ice. Officers had to keep units together in darkness. Any serious delay could ruin surprise. Any panic could strand men on the wrong side of the river. Washington's army did not cross because victory was likely. It crossed because the alternative was slow dissolution. That is what gives the moment its force. The men were not marching from strength. They were marching because weakness left them no safer choice. When they reached the New Jersey side, the weather did not improve. The march to Trenton became a test of endurance before it became a battle. Muskets, powder, hands, feet, horses, wheels, and nerves all had to survive the night. The Battle of Trenton was short, decisive, and psychologically enormous. American forces entered the town from more than one direction. The Hessians were surprised, though not simply drunk and helpless as legend sometimes suggests. They fought, tried to organize, and came under pressure from American artillery and infantry. Colonel Johann Rall was mortally wounded. Hessian resistance collapsed. Nearly 1,000 prisoners were taken. American casualties were light compared with the scale of the victory. Militarily, Trenton did not destroy the British army. It did not end the war. It did not capture New York or secure independence. But emotionally, it changed everything. The army that had been retreating for months had struck back. Washington had shown that he could act with boldness when caution alone would mean death. The victory gave men a reason to stay. It gave supporters a reason to believe. It gave wavering civilians a reason to reconsider. After Trenton, Washington withdrew back across the Delaware with prisoners and captured supplies. But he did not stop thinking offensively. The British would respond. Cornwallis would move. The campaign was not over. Washington had bought time, morale, and possibility. In the final days of 1776 and the first days of 1777, he would use them. Trenton also altered Washington's relationship with his own men. Enlistments were still a crisis, and the army still needed soldiers to remain beyond their terms. Victory gave him an argument no speech alone could provide. The cause had not died. The army could still surprise the enemy. The commander who had retreated for months could still strike. The Hessian prisoners became visible proof. They were marched away as evidence that the British war machine could be touched, beaten, and embarrassed. In taverns, towns, and committees, the news moved faster than official reports. A victory at the end of a catastrophic year carried more emotional weight than a larger victory might have carried in easier times. British commanders now had to respond to a changed situation. The rebels were not simply dissolving. Washington was still dangerous. Strictly speaking, Princeton belongs to 1777. But historically, it is the closing blow of the 1776 crisis. After Trenton, Cornwallis moved toward Washington. On January 2, 1777, British and American forces faced each other near Trenton along Assunpink Creek. Cornwallis believed he could finish Washington the next day. Washington did not wait. During the night, he left fires burning to deceive the British and moved his army around Cornwallis toward Princeton. It was the same essential instinct that had saved him at Long Island. When trapped, preserve the army through movement. At Princeton on January 3rd, American forces fought British troops in a sharp engagement. General Hugh Mercer was mortally wounded. At a critical moment, Washington rode forward, exposing himself to danger and rallying men in a scene that became part of his legend. The Americans won. Princeton did not make independence secure. The war would continue for years. But together, Trenton and Princeton transformed the mood of the Revolution. A cause that had seemed close to collapse now had proof of life. The British still held New York. The Continental Army still faced shortages. Congress still needed money, supplies, allies, and endurance. But the army had survived the worst moment of 1776, and survival was everything. Princeton also showed Washington's growing preference for movement over static defense. He did not defeat Cornwallis by standing still and accepting the obvious fight. He slipped away, struck elsewhere, and forced the British to rethink the campaign. It was not the warfare of grand European conquest. It was a war of survival, morale, timing, and refusing the enemy a final blow. After Princeton, the British pulled back toward New Brunswick. Washington moved his army into winter positions around Morristown. The Revolution had not been saved forever, but it had been saved for the moment. That was enough. The psychological distance from December to January was enormous. In December, independence seemed like a declaration without an army. After Trenton and Princeton, it seemed like a cause that could suffer disaster and still answer. 1776 is easy to simplify. It is easy to remember only July 4th, only the declaration, only the ringing words and the imagined certainty of a new nation. But the real 1776 is more powerful because it was not certain. The same year that gave America independence also gave it humiliation, retreat, panic, occupation, and near collapse. The same commander who forced the British out of Boston misjudged New York and lost city after city. The same Congress that declared universal principles struggled within a world of slavery, exclusion, fear, and divided loyalties. The Revolution survived because its leaders and soldiers kept moving through contradiction. Paine gave the cause language. Jefferson gave it a declaration. Congress gave it political form. Knox's guns freed Boston. Washington's army lost New York but escaped destruction. Glover's sailors carried men through fog. Soldiers whose enlistments were ending crossed an icy river because the alternative was surrender by exhaustion. By the end of 1776, independence existed on paper. After Trenton and Princeton, it also had a pulse. The next year would bring a different test. In 1777, British strategy would aim to cut New England from the rest of the states. Philadelphia would fall. Saratoga would change the war. France would begin to matter in a new way. But all of that depended on one thing first. The Revolution had to survive 1776. And it did. That survival is why 1776 still matters beyond the parchment. A declaration can announce a principle, but people have to carry that principle through fear, hunger, bad roads, bad weather, bad news, and bad odds. The Revolution's second year proved that America's founding was not a single moment of eloquence. It was a sequence of decisions made when failure looked reasonable. The story did not end with fireworks. It ended with exhausted soldiers in winter quarters, British forces still powerful, Congress still struggling, and Washington still trying to hold together an army that was always one crisis away from dissolution. But the army existed, and because it existed, the Declaration still had a defender. At the beginning of 1777, the American Revolution was not a legend. It was a damaged army, a nervous Congress, and a rebellion that had survived one terrible year by inches. George Washington had rescued his cause at Trenton and Princeton, but those victories had not ended the danger. The British still held New York City. Their fleet still controlled the coast. Their army was still professional, supplied, and dangerous. The Continental Army still needed shoes, blankets, muskets, powder, money, and time. In London, British ministers looked at the map and believed the rebellion had a weak point. New England had been the furnace of resistance. Massachusetts had produced the first great explosion at Lexington and Concord. Boston had embarrassed the empire. If New England could be cut away from the middle and southern colonies, perhaps the rebellion would become several smaller fires instead of one spreading blaze. The key was the Hudson River. From Canada, a British army could descend through Lake Champlain, Lake George, and the upper Hudson Valley. From New York City, another British army could move north. A third force could come through the Mohawk Valley from the west. If the columns met near Albany, the British would control the corridor between New England and the rest of the colonies. The idea looked clean on paper. Paper did not show broken roads, sick horses, swollen rivers, local militias, frightened farms, or the distance between orders written in London and decisions made in America. The Northern Army would be led by Lieutenant General John Burgoyne. Burgoyne was brave, charming, ambitious, and theatrical. He had sat in Parliament. He wrote plays. He understood display. He liked uniforms, ceremony, and the old confidence of empire. To some, he was Gentleman Johnny. To his critics, he was a man who loved applause too much. But Burgoyne was no fool. He knew the road south from Canada would be difficult. His force included British regulars, German auxiliaries from Brunswick and Hesse-Hanau, artillerymen, loyalists, Canadians, and native allies whose participation frightened frontier settlements and complicated British claims of civilized order. He expected support from the west, under Barry St. Leger, and eventually from the south. That southern support was the problem. General William Howe, commanding at New York, had his own idea. Instead of marching up the Hudson to meet Burgoyne, Howe wanted Philadelphia, the rebel capital. Capture the city where Congress met, he believed, and the rebellion might lose its nerve. So the British opened 1777 with two ambitions. One army would try to cut the colonies apart. Another would try to seize the political heart of the rebellion. If either plan destroyed Washington's army or broke the alliance between colonies, Britain might still win the war. For the Americans, the year would become a test of endurance. They would lose forts, they would lose battles, they would lose Philadelphia. But they would also discover something the British had not fully understood. A revolution could survive the loss of a city if its army survived, if its people kept mobilizing, and if one British army could be trapped far from help. 1777 would not be simple victory. It would be disaster and deliverance at the same time. In June, Burgoyne's army moved from Canada like a traveling city. Boats crowded the waters, artillery followed, officers' baggage, soldiers' tents, ammunition, food, hospital stores, and camp followers moved through a wilderness that resisted every mile. The route itself carried memory. Lake Champlain had seen Arnold's desperate naval fight the year before. Fort Ticonderoga, sitting near the passage between Champlain and Lake George, had once been one of the great prizes of the continent. Americans had captured it in 1775 and dragged its guns to Boston. Now it guarded the northern door again. Burgoyne issued proclamations as he advanced. They promised protection to loyal subjects and warned rebels that resistance would bring ruin. The words were meant to terrify and persuade. Instead, they hardened many people who already feared what an invading army might bring. On the American side, Major General Philip Schuyler commanded the Northern Department. Schuyler was wealthy, connected, and experienced in the region, but he was not beloved by every New England soldier. Politics followed him like a shadow. Some suspected him because he came from New York aristocracy. Others simply wanted a different commander. Still, Schuyler understood the land. He understood that space could be traded for time. Burgoyne's progress looked powerful, but every step south lengthened his supply line. The British Army needed roads where roads were poor. It needed horses where horses were scarce. It needed cooperation from loyalists who did not appear in the numbers British planners had imagined. It needed native allies but could not fully control the fear their presence created among frontier families. The invasion also exposed the divided world of the Haudenosaunee, the Iroquois Confederacy. Some leaders and communities aligned with Britain, believing the Crown offered the best chance of restraining American expansion. The Oneida and Tuscarora often leaned toward the American side. Families, villages, and old alliances came under impossible pressure. The Revolution was not only a war between colonies and empire, it was also a civil war within communities, churches, towns, and native nations. As Burgoyne moved south, American soldiers and local militia cut trees across roads, destroyed bridges, drove away cattle, and removed supplies. They could not always stop the British, but they could slow them. They could make each mile cost time. That mattered. Burgoyne's campaign depended on timing. St. Leger had to move through the Mohawk Valley. Howe or Clinton had to come north from New York. Burgoyne needed to arrive as part of a net, not as a single army walking deeper into enemy country. In the early summer, he still believed the plan could work. His officers saw polished confidence, his soldiers saw progress, his enemies saw danger. But beneath the march was a question no one could escape. What happens to an army when every mile forward makes retreat harder? Fort Ticonderoga did not fall because Americans lacked courage. It fell because the ground around it had changed the meaning of defense. The Americans believed the fort was strong, but nearby heights dominated the position. One of them, Mount Defiance, rose above the works. If British artillery reached that height, the fort below could become a trap. In early July, Burgoyne's engineers did what American defenders had feared. They dragged guns onto the heights. When Major General Arthur St. Clair saw the danger, he faced a brutal choice: remain and risk the capture of the entire garrison, or abandon a famous fort and accept the political fury that would follow. St. Clair chose retreat. To civilians and politicians, the news was shocking. Ticonderoga had been spoken of almost like a shield. Its sudden evacuation felt like betrayal. Congress demanded explanations. Angry voices accused officers of cowardice or incompetence. But military reality was colder than reputation. A fort is only as strong as the ground that protects it. Once British guns looked down from Mount Defiance, Ticonderoga's legend could not save it. The retreat was harsh. American columns moved through darkness, confusion, and pursuit. At Hubbardton, in present-day Vermont, British and German troops caught part of the rear guard. The fighting was fierce. Men who had been retreating turned and fought among fields and wooded slopes. The British held the ground, but the Americans delayed the pursuit and proved that withdrawal did not mean collapse. Burgoyne had won a dramatic early victory. Newspapers in Britain would celebrate. Critics in America would rage. For a moment, the northern invasion seemed unstoppable, but the victory also created a temptation. Burgoyne could believe the rebellion was cracking. He could believe loyalists would rise in greater numbers. He could believe the road to Albany was opening. Schuyler, meanwhile, turned retreat into obstruction. His men destroyed bridges, blocked roads, and stripped the countryside of useful supplies. The British army could advance, but not quickly. It had to repair what Americans ruined. It had to feed itself while moving farther from Canada. It had to protect long communications through difficult country. The fall of Ticonderoga also changed American politics. Schuyler's enemies gained strength. Horatio Gates, a former British officer with strong congressional connections, waited in the wings. Gates had ambition, and he knew how to cultivate support. Before the campaign ended, he would replace Schuyler and command the American army at the moment of glory. That was part of the human complexity of Saratoga. The victory would belong to many people: Schuyler's delaying work, Gates's command, Benedict Arnold's fury, Daniel Morgan's riflemen, New England militia, New York farmers, Oneida allies, and ordinary soldiers who kept coming. But in July, none of that was certain. What was certain was that Burgoyne had taken Ticonderoga, and the road south still beckoned. While Burgoyne moved down from the north, Barry St. Leger advanced from the west. His target was the Mohawk Valley, a vital corridor of farms, forts, and roads leading toward Albany. St. Leger's force was mixed: British regulars, loyalists, German troops, Canadians, and native warriors, including Mohawk fighters connected to Joseph Brant. Brant was a complicated figure: educated, diplomatic, militarily capable, and determined to defend his people's interests in a world where American expansion threatened native homelands. To many frontier settlers, his name became a symbol of fear. To his own allies, he was a leader navigating catastrophe. The key American position was Fort Stanwix, also called Fort Schuyler, near present-day Rome, New York. Colonel Peter Gansevoort and his garrison prepared to hold it. If St. Leger took the fort and drove east, Burgoyne's plan might tighten around Albany. Local militia under General Nicholas Herkimer marched to relieve the fort. Herkimer was not a polished aristocrat. He was a valley leader among neighbors, many of them German-speaking Palatine settlers. His force included men marching through country where family loyalties were split between rebel and loyalist. On August 6th, Near Oriskany Creek, Herkimer's column was ambushed. The fight became one of the bloodiest and most intimate battles of the war. Smoke filled the woods. Men fired from behind trees at neighbors, former friends, and sometimes relatives. Herkimer was wounded in the leg, but according to tradition, he sat under a tree, lit his pipe, and continued directing the fight. Oriskany did not produce a clean battlefield victory, it produced exhaustion and grief. Herkimer's militia suffered terribly. Native fighters allied with the British suffered losses that shook their willingness to continue the siege. Inside Fort Stanwix, a sortie struck St. Leger's camp and seized supplies and papers. Then came Benedict Arnold. Arnold had already become one of the Revolution's most aggressive officers. He had fought in Canada, on Lake Champlain, and in desperate conditions that would have broken many men. Now he moved to relieve Fort Stanwix, but he also used deception. Stories spread that a large American army was approaching. A captured loyalist, Hon Yost Schuyler, helped carry rumors into St. Leger's camp. Fear did the rest. Native allies and loyalists began to leave. St. Leger's expedition unraveled. He abandoned the siege and retreated toward Lake Ontario. The western arm of the British plan had failed. For Burgoyne, this was more than bad news. It meant no force was coming through the Mohawk Valley to meet him. His army was still moving south, but the net was losing one of its cords. On the frontier, the cost was not measured only in strategy. Families buried the dead. Communities remembered who had fought on which side. The Mohawk Valley would remain scarred long after the campaign moved on. As Burgoyne fought the wilderness and the northern valleys, William Howe made his move against Philadelphia. He did not march directly across New Jersey. Instead, he loaded his army onto ships and vanished from Washington's front. For weeks, Americans watched the coast and wondered where the British would appear. Boston, the Hudson, the Delaware, the Chesapeake? The answer came at Head of Elk, at the northern end of the Chesapeake Bay. Howe's army landed in Maryland after a long and punishing voyage. From there, he would march north toward Philadelphia. Washington moved to block him. The American commander understood the danger. Philadelphia was not merely a city. It was where Congress had sat, debated, argued, printed, borrowed, and claimed independence before the world. If the British occupied it, loyalists would cheer, and critics would ask whether the rebellion had any real government at all. But Washington also understood something deeper. The city mattered, but the army mattered more. If he risked everything and lost the Continental Army, the revolution might die. If Philadelphia fell while the army survived, the war could continue. Still, he could not simply abandon the capital. He marched his men through dust and heat, positioning them along Brandywine Creek. The countryside around Chadds Ford became a stage for one of the largest battles of the war. Among Washington's officers was the young Marquis de Lafayette. He had crossed the Atlantic against the wishes of the French court, driven by ideals, ambition, and fascination with the American cause. He was only 19 when Congress made him a major general. Some Americans saw him as a romantic foreign volunteer with more title than experience. Washington saw something sincere in him. Over time, the bond between them would become one of the most important relationships of the war. Also present were Nathaniel Greene, Anthony Wayne, John Sullivan, Alexander Hamilton, Henry Knox, and Casimir Pulaski, a Polish cavalryman whose skill and courage would become part of the Revolution's international story. Howe faced Washington with patience and experience. He had beaten American armies before. At Brandywine, he would use a familiar method: fix the enemy in front, then turn the flank. On September 11, 1777, a heavy fog and confused reports made the American position uncertain. Wilhelm von Knuphausen pressed at Chadds Ford, holding Washington's attention. Meanwhile, Howe and Cornwallis led a long flanking march around the American right. By afternoon, the danger became clear. The British were not only in front, they were on the side. The Battle of Brandywine unfolded across farms, fords, meeting houses, and rolling Pennsylvania ground. It was not a single line of men firing in perfect order. It was a day of confusion, movement, smoke, and delayed understanding. American soldiers fought hard. Sullivan's men shifted to meet the flank attack. Greene's division marched with urgency to stabilize the line. Lafayette rode into danger and was wounded in the leg. but stayed long enough to help organize retreat. Pulaski helped cover Washington's withdrawal. Officers shouted through gun smoke, musketry cracked along stone walls and fields. Howe won the battle. Washington lost the field, but the Continental Army escaped. That distinction mattered. Brandywine opened the road to Philadelphia, but it did not destroy Washington. The British had beaten him and still not solved their main problem. The American army remained alive, bruised and angry. 2 weeks later, on September 26th, British troops entered Philadelphia. Loyalists welcomed them. Congress had already fled, moving first to Lancaster and then to York. The British held the rebel capital, but they had captured a symbol more than a surrender. For civilians, occupation brought uncertainty. Some Philadelphians had remained loyal to the crown. Others had supported independence. Many simply wanted to protect families, businesses, and homes. British officers settled into the city. Social life resumed in strange ways. Dinners, balls, gossip, and military administration existed beside shortages, suspicion, and political fear. Washington could not let Howe rest too comfortably. In early October, he struck at Germantown, where British forces were posted north of Philadelphia. The plan was ambitious. American columns would converge before dawn and surprise the enemy. For a brief moment, it almost worked. British pickets were driven back. Panic flickered. But fog covered the field. Units lost direction. Commands overlapped. A stone house, Cliveden, held by British troops, became a stubborn strongpoint. Americans spent precious time attacking it while the larger battle became confused. In the mist, soldiers fired at shadows. Some American units collided with one another. Momentum slipped away. Howe's men recovered, counterattacked, and forced Washington back. Germantown was a defeat, but it did something important. It showed that Washington would still attack. It showed foreign observers that the American army had not been reduced to a hiding force. It could plan, move, and strike even after losing the capital. For France, watching from across the Atlantic, that mattered. Courage alone would not bring alliance, but courage plus endurance, combined with news from the north, might change everything. Burgoyne's army needed supplies. It needed horses, wagons, food, and draft animals. Without them, the march toward Albany would become a slow-motion disaster. In August, Burgoyne sent a detachment toward Bennington, expecting to gather stores and encourage loyalists. The force included German troops under Friedrich Baum, with reinforcements under Heinrich von Breymann. They expected resistance, but not the storm that came. New Hampshire militia under John Stark moved against them. Stark was blunt, experienced, and independent-minded. He had fought at Bunker Hill and Trenton. He understood militia. He knew how to speak to men who had left farms and towns to defend their region. On August 16th, Stark's militia attacked Baum's position from multiple directions. The fighting was fierce and close. Rain had delayed the action, but when the weather cleared, the militia moved with purpose. Baum's men fought until overwhelmed. Breymann's reinforcements arrived late, exhausted, and were struck as well by Stark's men and Seth Warner's Green Mountain Boys. The result was devastating for Burgoyne. Hundreds of soldiers were killed, wounded, or captured. Supplies were lost, horses were not obtained. The myth that loyalists would rise in large numbers to help the invasion grew weaker. Bennington was not as famous as Saratoga, but it helped make Saratoga possible. It damaged Burgoyne's army before the climactic battles. It emboldened militia across the region. Men who had hesitated now believed the British could be beaten. They marched toward the American camp in growing numbers. Burgoyne was still advancing, but his situation was worsening. St. Leger had failed in the west. Howe was in Pennsylvania, not coming up the Hudson. Clinton remained in New York, able to raid north, but not yet able to rescue Burgoyne. Supplies were strained, local resistance was rising. Then came the story of Jane McCrea. McCrea was a young woman connected to Loyalist circles, engaged, according to many accounts, to a Loyalist officer. She was killed during the campaign in circumstances involving native warriors allied with Burgoyne's army. The details were contested even then, but American propagandists seized on the event. Her death became a symbol used to inflame anger against the British use of native allies. The story spread through settlements already afraid of frontier war. Men who might have stayed home now took down muskets. Burgoyne's alliance structure, meant to intimidate resistance, helped mobilize it. In war, perception can become a weapon. By late summer 1777, the perception in the northern countryside was that Burgoyne's army brought danger to every farm in its path. That fear became militia strength. Militia strength became numbers. Numbers became the walls closing around Saratoga. By September, the American Northern Army had changed. Horatio Gates had replaced Schuyler in command. Gates was careful, political, and aware of his own reputation. He inherited an improving situation. Burgoyne slowed, militia gathering, and defensive positions prepared along Bemis Heights by the Polish engineer Tadeusz Kosciuszko. Kosciuszko's work mattered enormously. The American position blocked the road south along the Hudson. It used terrain intelligently: heights, woods, fields, and river approaches. Burgoyne could not simply stroll to Albany. He would have to fight through. Among the Americans was Daniel Morgan, commander of a corps of riflemen. Morgan was a wagoner turned soldier, hardened by frontier life and earlier campaigns. His riflemen carried long rifles that could be accurate at greater distances than smoothbore muskets, though slower to load and less useful with bayonets. In the broken ground around Saratoga, they were dangerous. Benedict Arnold was there too, restless and furious. He had energy Gates lacked and battlefield instincts that could change a fight. But Arnold and Gates disliked each other. Gates valued control. Arnold valued action. Their conflict would become part of the drama of Saratoga. On September 19th, Burgoyne advanced toward the American left near Freeman's Farm. The fighting began in woods and clearings, where formations broke apart and command became difficult. Morgan's riflemen struck British officers and artillerymen. British regulars counterattacked with discipline. The field changed hands. Smoke hung in the trees. Arnold pushed for aggressive reinforcement. Gates hesitated. Men went forward, but the argument behind the lines grew bitter. On the field, soldiers did not experience the battle as a clean plan. They experienced it as noise, fear, and the sight of comrades falling among stumps and fences. By evening, the British held the field tactically, but at terrible cost. Burgoyne had not broken through. His army could not afford losses the way the Americans could. Every British casualty was hard to replace. Every day brought more militia to the American side. After Freeman's Farm, Burgoyne waited. He hoped for help from Clinton moving north from New York. Clinton did launch attacks up the Hudson, capturing forts in the Highlands, but the effort was too late and too distant to save Burgoyne. Inside the British camp, conditions tightened. Food ran low, animals weakened, wounded men suffered. Baroness Frederica Riedesel, traveling with the German forces and her children, later described the fear and misery surrounding the campaign. Her perspective reminds us that armies were not only lines of soldiers, they were communities under pressure, carrying families, servants, surgeons, cooks, and the wounded through danger. Burgoyne had advanced too far to be safe and not far enough to win. On October 7th, Burgoyne tried again. He sent out a reconnaissance in force, hoping to find weakness in the American line and perhaps open a path. What he found was an army ready to strike. The Battle of Bemis Heights became the decisive fight of the campaign. Morgan's riflemen and other American troops attacked. British and German units tried to hold. General Simon Fraser, one of Burgoyne's most capable officers, became a crucial target because he helped steady the British line. Tradition holds that Morgan's riflemen were directed to bring him down. Fraser was mortally wounded, and British cohesion suffered. Then Arnold entered the legend. Gates had relieved Arnold of command after their quarrels. Arnold had no formal role in directing the battle, but as the fighting surged, he rode onto the field anyway. Whether from rage, instinct, patriotism, ambition, or all of them at once, Arnold threw himself into the action. He led men against British positions with reckless energy. At the Bryman Redoubt, American troops stormed forward. Arnold's horse was shot. Arnold's leg was badly wounded, the same leg injured earlier in the war. The redoubt fell. Burgoyne's line was broken. This is one of the strange tragedies of American memory. At Saratoga, Benedict Arnold gave the Patriot cause one of its most important battlefield performances. Years later, his name would become synonymous with treason. But in October 1777, before betrayal, before West Point, before the British uniform, Arnold was a wounded hero on the field that helped secure American independence. Burgoyne retreated to Saratoga, near present-day Schuylerville. Rain fell, roads turned miserable. American forces surrounded him, his provisions dwindled, his men were exhausted. The army that had marched south in ceremony now dug in under pressure, with no realistic path forward. Gates opened negotiations. Burgoyne wanted terms that preserved honor. On October 17, 1777, his army surrendered. The ceremony was carefully managed. Burgoyne offered his sword. Gates, understanding dignity and politics, did not humiliate him. The captured army, known afterward as the Convention Army, stacked arms. Thousands of British and German soldiers became prisoners. The shock traveled faster than any army. A major British force had not merely been checked, it had surrendered. For Americans, Saratoga was proof that the revolution could win more than survival. For Britain, it was a strategic disaster. For France, it was the evidence the court had been waiting for. The war was about to become international. News of Saratoga crossed the Atlantic into a Europe already hostile to British power. France had lost a global empire to Britain in the 7 Years' War. French ministers wanted revenge, but they also wanted proof that the American rebellion was viable. They did not want to spend treasure and fleets on a cause that would collapse. Saratoga provided the proof. Benjamin Franklin, in Paris, understood theater as well as diplomacy. He dressed simply, cultivated the image of Republican wisdom, and moved through French society as a symbol of the New World. But charm alone did not make alliances. Victory did. Burgoyne's surrender transformed American diplomats from petitioners into representatives of a cause that might actually survive. In the months after Saratoga, France moved toward open alliance with the United States. That alliance would change the war's scale. Britain would now face not only rebellious colonies, but a major European rival with fleets, armies, money, and global reach. The Caribbean, the Atlantic, India, the Mediterranean, and European diplomacy all began to matter more intensely. Yet on the ground in America, the year still looked grim. Philadelphia was occupied. Washington had lost Brandywine and Germantown. Congress sat away from its capital. The Continental Army was tired and poorly supplied. That is what makes 1777 so powerful. The Americans did not win everywhere. They did not even look strong everywhere. But they won where it changed the world's calculation. Washington understood both sides of the year. He had not saved Philadelphia. He had not beaten Howe. But he had kept the army alive. In Revolutionary War, that was everything. A capital could move. A Congress could reconvene. A printed declaration could be carried in wagons. But if the army dissolved, the revolution would become a memory. As winter approached, Washington had to choose a position near enough to watch the British in Philadelphia and protect the countryside, but far enough to avoid being crushed. The army moved to Valley Forge, a high, cold area northwest of the city. On December 19, 1777, the Continental Army entered winter quarters. The soldiers who marched in were not entering a simple story of noble suffering. They were entering a logistical crisis. Food would run short, clothing would be inadequate, huts would have to be built, disease would kill more men than battle, officers would quarrel, Congress would frustrate Washington, some would question his leadership. But Valley Forge would also become a forge in truth. There, the army would endure. There, Baron von Steuben would help transform drill and discipline. There, Lafayette's loyalty would deepen. There, Washington's command would survive political intrigue. Episode 1777 ends then with two images that seem almost impossible to hold together. Burgoyne's defeated army stacking arms at Saratoga and Washington's hungry army marching into the snow at Valley Forge. One image told the world America could win. The other asked whether America could endure long enough to make that victory matter. On December 19, 1777, the Continental Army marched into Valley Forge. They did not look like the army of a victorious nation. They looked like men who had survived too much and had not yet been paid enough for surviving it. Their coats were thin, their shoes were broken or missing. Some wrapped feet in rags, some left bloody marks on frozen roads. Wagons creaked behind them, horses strained. Officers tried to keep order while men scanned the Pennsylvania hills for shelter, food, and any sign that winter might be merciful. The army had just lived through a year of contradiction. In the north, Burgoyne had surrendered at Saratoga, and the world had been forced to notice the American cause. In Pennsylvania, Washington had lost Brandywine, failed at Germantown, and watched British troops occupy Philadelphia. So Valley Forge began with an uncomfortable truth. America had won a victory that might bring France into the war, but Washington's own army was still in danger of disappearing. The position was chosen because it sat close enough to watch the British in Philadelphia, but far enough to avoid a sudden attack. The Schuylkill River and nearby ridges gave some protection. Roads connected the camp to the countryside. From the heights, Washington could guard Congress's remaining authority, protect supplies, and prevent the British from roaming freely through Pennsylvania. But a good strategic position was not the same as a good home. There were no barracks waiting, no warm stores of food, no neat rows of winter shelters. Valley Forge had to be built by men who were already hungry. Washington understood the danger. His army was not merely cold, it was politically fragile. Men could desert, states could neglect their quotas. Congress could argue while soldiers starved. Critics could ask whether another general might do better. The British in Philadelphia could enjoy occupied comfort while the rebel army shivered in the hills. And yet, Washington also understood why the army had to remain together. If it scattered for the winter, discipline could collapse. If it moved too far away, the British would control the region. If he risked a battle while weak, the army could be destroyed. Valley Forge was not a retreat from the war. It was a gamble that endurance could become strategy. The first task was shelter. Soldiers cut timber and raised huts in rows. Each hut was crude, crowded, and smoky, but it was a wall between the army and the winter. Men who had fought at Trenton, Princeton, Brandywine, Germantown, Bennington, and Saratoga now became builders, carpenters, ditch diggers, and woodcutters. The camp began to take shape like a rough city. Roads, guard posts, brigade areas, bake ovens, blacksmiths, hospitals, headquarters, and parade grounds emerged from snow and mud. Smoke rose from hundreds of huts. Axes rang through the woods. Still, construction did not solve hunger. It did not solve disease. It did not solve politics. Valley Forge was only beginning. The most famous image of Valley Forge is cold, but cold was only part of the suffering. The army's deeper enemy was supply. Food did not arrive when promised. Meat spoiled or vanished. Flour ran short. Wagons broke. Horses died. Roads became mud. Farmers feared worthless paper money and preferred selling to the British in Philadelphia, who could often pay in hard coin. State governments argued. Congress lacked power. Quartermasters struggled to create order in a system that was still being invented under pressure. Soldiers did not experience that as policy. They experienced it as empty stomachs. A man in a hut did not care which committee had failed. He cared that breakfast had not come. He cared that his blanket was thin, that smoke stung his eyes, that his shirt was filthy, that his boots had split, that the man beside him was coughing blood, and that rumors said the British were warm in Philadelphia. Disease became the great killer of the encampment. Influenza, typhus, dysentery, pneumonia, and other illnesses moved through crowded huts and hospitals. The army gathered men from many states into tight quarters, where sanitation was difficult and medical knowledge was limited. Surgeons did what they could with inadequate supplies. Nurses, wives, and camp followers performed labor that kept many men alive and went too often unrecorded. Valley Forge was not an army of soldiers alone. Women cooked, washed, mended, nursed, carried water, tended children, and helped turn military encampment into a human settlement. Some were wives of enlisted men. Some were paid for necessary work. Some had nowhere else to go. Their presence complicates any simple picture of the camp. This was not a silent line of heroic men suffering in isolation. It was a crowded world of families, laborers, servants, free and enslaved black people, teamsters, artisans, sutlers, officers, and ordinary soldiers all trying to survive. Black soldiers served in the Continental Army as well, free and enslaved, northern and southern, fighting for a revolution that spoke of liberty while living inside the contradictions of slavery. In some huts, men who had been denied full freedom shared danger with men who spoke loudly of rights. Their service would become part of the unfinished meaning of the revolution. Washington wrote with urgency. He warned that unless supplies improved, the army might starve, dissolve, or disperse. His letters were not theatrical exaggerations. They were attempts to force Congress and the states to understand that independence required more than declarations and battlefield courage. It required shoes. It required wagons. It required flour, salt, cattle, medicine, blankets, axes, and money that people trusted. At times, men went days with little food. At times, units were too poorly clothed for duty. Desertion was real. Frustration was real. Anger was real. And yet, the army did not vanish. Men grumbled and stayed. Officers complained and stayed. Women worked and stayed. Washington's command survived because enough people, under miserable conditions, still believed the cause had not yet spent them entirely. Valley Forge was suffering, but it was also stubbornness made visible. While soldiers fought hunger and sickness, Washington fought politics. The victory at Saratoga had made Horatio Gates famous. Gates had commanded the army that received Burgoyne's surrender, even though the victory had depended on many hands. Schuyler's delaying strategy, Arnold's aggression, Morgan's riflemen, militia numbers, Kosciuszko's defenses, and Burgoyne's mistakes. Still, the public saw Gates standing at the moment of triumph. Washington, by contrast, had lost Philadelphia. That comparison gave his critics room to speak. Some members of Congress wondered whether Washington was too cautious. Some officers resented him. Some ambitious men thought the war might be better led by someone else. The cluster of criticism, later remembered as the Conway Cabal, was not a single neat conspiracy with one master plan, but it reflected real anxiety about leadership. Thomas Conway, an Irish-born French officer serving in the Continental Army, criticized Washington and praised Gates. Letters moved, rumors spread, names appeared. Washington learned enough to know that he was being judged by men who did not carry his burdens. He did not explode in public. That was not his way. Washington's power often came from restraint, but he could be cold when wounded. He let men know he saw them. He defended his command without surrendering dignity. The crisis mattered because armies are held together by more than orders. They are held by confidence. If Congress lost confidence in Washington, if officers split into factions, if soldiers believed their sacrifices were being wasted by political intrigue, the army at Valley Forge could fracture from the inside. Washington also had to manage the ambitions and anxieties of his own generals. Charles Lee, recently exchanged after capture by the British, returned with a high opinion of himself and a low opinion of others. Lee was clever, experienced, erratic, and often contemptuous. He believed he understood war better than most American commanders, perhaps better than Washington himself. Nathanael Greene, Henry Knox, Alexander Hamilton, John Lawrence, Anthony Wayne, Lord Stirling, Lafayette, and others formed the working world around Washington. Some were trusted deeply, some were tested. Some were young men trying to prove themselves in a war that aged everyone quickly. Lafayette became especially important. The young French aristocrat had been wounded at Brandywine and had chosen to remain loyal to Washington when political winds shifted. He admired Washington not merely as a commander, but as a fatherly figure. Washington, who rarely gave affection lightly, warmed to him. Their relationship mattered emotionally and diplomatically. Lafayette connected the American army to France at the very moment France was deciding how far to go. At headquarters, the burden was constant. Washington wrote letters, received petitions, answered Congress, pleaded for supplies, watched the British, managed officers, judged discipline, and tried to keep despair from becoming policy. He was not perfect. He could be severe. He could misjudge. He lived within the inequalities of his age. But at Valley Forge, his central achievement was endurance under pressure. He did not abandon the army. He did not chase applause. He did not let criticism push him into reckless battle. He held the command together when holding it together was itself a strategic act. As the winter deepened, Valley Forge became more than a camp. It became a world. There were streets of huts and paths beaten into snow. There were guard rotations, punishments, prayers, inspections, meals when food arrived, and silence when it did not. There were jokes around smoky fires, arguments over rations, letters written by dim light, and men staring toward home while wondering whether home still remembered them. Washington's headquarters at the Isaac Potts House became the nerve center of the army. Couriers arrived and departed, aides copied letters. Officers gathered around tables, maps spread across rooms that were never quiet for long. Outside, the camp struggled. Inside, decisions accumulated. Martha Washington arrived in February 1778, as she had joined her husband in previous winter quarters. Her presence did not magically soften Valley Forge, but it mattered. She managed domestic arrangements, received officers and visitors, helped create a small sphere of stability, and reminded the army that Washington was not only a symbol, but a husband living under strain. Headquarters society could seem strange beside the suffering in the huts. Officers dined when enlisted men went hungry. Visitors came and went. Rank mattered. Inequality did not disappear because the cause spoke of liberty. But morale in an army depends on rituals as well as rations. A meal, a conversation, a clean shirt, a letter from home, a familiar face, or a commander seen walking through camp could help men endure another day. Religious life also continued. Chaplains preached, soldiers prayed. Some cursed more than they prayed. The revolution drew together men of different regions, denominations, languages, and habits. New Englanders, Pennsylvanians, Virginians, Marylanders, New Yorkers, New Jersey men, and others learned one another's accents and prejudices in close quarters. Military justice operated too. Desertion, theft, drunkenness, and disobedience brought punishment. Discipline could be harsh. Washington believed the army needed order to survive, but order was difficult to impose on hungry men. Commanders had to balance severity with the knowledge that many offenses came from misery. Outside the camp, civilians had their own calculations. Some farmers sold to the army, some hid goods, some preferred British money, some feared requisition parties, some supported independence but resented the burdens of feeding soldiers. War did not simply happen on battlefields, it entered barns, kitchens, mills, churches, and markets. By late winter, the camp had become a test of the revolution's social machinery. Could Congress supply an army? Could states cooperate? Could civilians support a long war? Could officers keep authority? Could soldiers keep faith? The answers were uneven, frustrating, and incomplete. But the army was still there. That fact mattered every morning. Each day, the British looked out from Philadelphia and saw that Washington had not gone away. Each day, Congress continued under threat, but not surrender. Each day, the army remained in being. The British victory in Philadelphia became less decisive. Then, in February, a new figure arrived at Valley Forge who would change the daily life of the camp. Friedrich Wilhelm von Steuben arrived at Valley Forge with a title, a uniform, a strong personality, and a talent the army badly needed. He was a Prussian-trained officer, though his European rank and history were later polished for American consumption. What mattered most was not the legend, but the usefulness. He understood drill, discipline, organization, and how to turn theory into habit. The Continental Army had brave men. It had experienced fighters. It had officers who had learned under fire, but it did not yet have consistent training across units. Commands varied. Maneuvers were uneven. Camp sanitation needed improvement. Inspections lacked uniformity. A battle line could not depend on courage alone. It needed shared language, repeated practice, and trust that the unit beside you would move when expected. Von Steuben began with a model company. He trained a small group intensely, then used those men to teach others. His method was practical. Instead of drowning soldiers in European complexity, he adapted. He cursed, joked, demonstrated, corrected, and repeated. When language failed, he used translators. When patience failed, colorful profanity reportedly filled the air. The men liked him more than they might have liked a colder disciplinarian. He showed them what he wanted. He did not merely shout from a distance. He stepped into the work. He made drill feel connected to survival. He also improved camp order. Sanitation, layout, inspections, and discipline all mattered. An army that camps badly becomes sick. An army that cannot move together cannot fight well. An army that cannot load, wheel, march, and reform under pressure is only a crowd with muskets. Washington recognized the value quickly. Here was a foreign officer who did not simply demand rank or glory, but offered a tool the army needed. Von Steuben's training would later become the basis for American drill manuals. At Valley Forge, its effect was immediate enough to be felt in posture, confidence, and movement. Imagine the parade ground in late winter. Men still hungry, men still poorly clothed, snow melting into mud, officers watching as commands moved down the line. Soldiers who had once learned mostly by battlefield necessity now repeated motions until they became instinct. Muskets rose together, feet shifted together, lines dressed more cleanly, orders became clearer. This was not romantic suffering. This was work. Valley Forge became a school. The price of admission was misery, but the lesson was cohesion. The army did not become perfect. It did not become European in every way. It remained American, improvised, varied, stubborn, and often undersupplied. But it became more capable. That transformation would matter when the army left the hills and faced the British again. While von Steuben drilled the army in Pennsylvania, diplomacy reshaped the war across the Atlantic. Saratoga had changed the calculation in Versailles. France had aided the Americans secretly before, but open alliance was a different matter. It meant war with Britain. It meant fleets, money, global strategy, and risk. The French court did not act out of charity alone. France wanted revenge for earlier defeat. It wanted to weaken Britain. It wanted influence. But the American victory at Saratoga gave French ministers confidence that the rebellion might survive. In February 1778, France and the United States signed treaties of alliance and commerce. News traveled slowly, but when it reached America, it changed the emotional weather. The revolution was no longer a lonely colonial rebellion facing the British Empire by itself. It had a powerful ally. French ships could challenge British naval control. French money and supplies could help sustain the war. French recognition gave the United States diplomatic legitimacy. At Valley Forge, the news became ceremony. On May 6, 1778, the army celebrated the French alliance with a grand review. Soldiers who had starved through winter now formed ranks. Cannon fired, muskets discharged in salute, cheers rose for the King of France, for the friendly European ally, for the United States, and for Washington. The scene had layers of irony. An army fighting for Republican independence, cheering a king because that king's rivalry with Britain might save the revolution. Washington understood the importance. Ceremony told the soldiers that their suffering had meaning beyond the hills. It told them the world had not forgotten them. It told them Saratoga had mattered. It told them that the winter might be giving way not only to spring, but to a new phase of war. Lafayette's position became even more valuable. He represented both personal loyalty and the French connection. To soldiers, he was no longer simply a young nobleman seeking adventure. He had bled with them at Brandywine, endured alongside them, and stood as a living sign that France and America were now linked. The British understood the change too. Once France entered the war, British strategy had to widen. The empire had to protect the Caribbean, watch the Atlantic, defend trade routes, and prepare for conflict beyond North America. Holding Philadelphia no longer looked as useful as it had when Howe captured it. A city could become a burden if fleets and armies were needed elsewhere. General Sir Henry Clinton replaced Howe as British commander-in-chief. Orders came to consolidate. Philadelphia would be evacuated. For Washington, the news opened a question. Could the army that had suffered at Valley Forge move quickly enough to strike the British as they crossed New Jersey? The answer would be tested in heat, not snow. On June 19, 1778, the Continental Army left Valley Forge. The departure did not erase what had happened there. The dead remained part of the place. The huts, trenches, ashes, hospitals, and graves marked the cost of survival. But the army marching out was not the same army that had marched in. It was still imperfect. It still lacked much. It still depended on fragile supply systems and uncertain politics. But it had endured. It had trained. It had reorganized. It had seen Washington survive criticism. It had seen France enter the war. It had spent months learning how to move with greater discipline. The British evacuation of Philadelphia created opportunity. Clinton's army moved across New Jersey with a long baggage train, loyalists, supplies, and civilians who feared remaining behind. The column was large and vulnerable, but still dangerous. British regulars remained among the best soldiers in the world. Washington pursued. His officers debated how aggressively to act. Some wanted a strong attack. Others feared risking the army against British regulars. Charles Lee, restored after captivity and still convinced of his own brilliance, argued caution. Lafayette and others favored action. Washington first gave command of the advance to Lee after Lee requested it. The decision placed a difficult man in a difficult moment. Lee had experience, but he lacked faith in the American army and seemed uncertain about Washington's intentions. The advance force moved toward the British near Monmouth Courthouse. June 28, 1778, became brutally hot. Heat shaped the battle. Men collapsed from exhaustion. Thirst became dangerous. Wool uniforms, dust, smoke, and sun turned the field into a furnace. This was the opposite of Valley Forge's winter image, and yet it was the same test in another form. Could the army endure conditions that punished the body while maintaining order? Lee's advance made contact with the British rear guard under Cornwallis. Confusion followed. Orders were unclear. American units shifted, probed, and then began to fall back. Whether Lee intended a controlled maneuver or lost his grip on the situation became a matter of bitter dispute. What Washington saw when he rode forward was an advance force retreating in disorder. The confrontation between Washington and Lee became one of the most dramatic moments of the war. Washington, usually controlled, was furious. Accounts differ in details, but the emotional truth is clear. The commander-in-chief found his battle plan unraveling and demanded answers. Then came the real test. Could Washington stop retreat from becoming collapse? Washington rallied the army at Monmouth. He placed units on strong ground. Greene, Wayne, Sterling, Knox, and others helped form a defensive line. Artillery took position. Infantry dressed ranks. Men who had trained under von Steuben now had to prove that drill mattered under fire. The British attacked in the heat. Cannon roared, muskets fired across fields and hedgerows. Smoke hung over dry ground. Men fell from wounds, but also from heat. Horses suffered. Officers rode through dust, trying to hold lines together. Anthony Wayne's men fought hard. Greene's position helped anchor the American line. Knox's artillery punished British movements. The Continentals did not break. They stood. That was the point. Monmouth was not Saratoga. It did not end with a British army surrendering. It did not produce a clean, dramatic victory where one side vanished from the field. Clinton withdrew during the night and continued toward New York. The British army survived. But for Washington, Monmouth mattered because the Continental Army had faced British regulars in open battle and held its own. The army that had stumbled into Valley Forge had come out capable of standing under pressure. The battle also produced legends. One of the most famous is Molly Pitcher, often associated with Mary Ludwig Hayes, a woman said to have carried water to soldiers and helped at a cannon after her husband fell. The details of the legend are layered and debated, but the story points toward a real truth. Women were present around armies, doing dangerous labor and sometimes stepping directly into the violence of battle. Charles Lee's reputation did not recover. He was court-martialed after the battle and found guilty on charges connected to disobedience and misconduct. His conflict with Washington became another reminder that the Revolution's leadership was not a harmonious painting. It was a room full of egos, fears, ideals, resentments, and ambitions held together only when the cause demanded it. For the British, Monmouth was a withdrawal, not a disaster. Clinton reached New York. The war continued. There would be no quick end. For the Americans, the battle confirmed something important. Valley Forge had not been meaningless suffering. The months of hunger, training, political endurance, and alliance building had changed the army's confidence and capacity. The revolution had entered a new phase. The British no longer held Philadelphia. France was now openly in the war. Washington's army had survived winter and tested itself in summer. The conflict would spread to the seas, to the Caribbean, to frontier settlements, to the south, and eventually toward Yorktown. But before those later campaigns, there was this moment, a dusty field in New Jersey where the army of Valley Forge stood its ground. Valley Forge is often remembered as a symbol of suffering. That memory is not wrong, but it is incomplete. Suffering alone does not win wars. Hunger alone does not create liberty. Cold alone does not transform an army. What mattered at Valley Forge was what people did inside the suffering. Soldiers built huts, women labored, surgeons treated the sick, officers argued and adapted. Washington wrote, pleaded, disciplined, and endured. Von Steuben trained. Lafayette stayed loyal. Congress struggled, often badly, to support the army. Civilians negotiated the burdens of a war that came into their barns and roads. Black soldiers served in a cause that still had not resolved the meaning of freedom. Valley Forge changed the army because it forced the revolution to become more than a burst of resistance. It had to become an institution, a camp, a supply system, a command structure, a diplomatic partner, a disciplined fighting force. The transformation was not clean. It was not guaranteed. It was not a myth unfolding according to destiny. It was work done by exhausted people under pressure. When the army marched into Valley Forge in December 1777, it was shadowed by defeat. Philadelphia was occupied. Washington was criticized. Supplies were failing. The alliance with France was not yet public. The future was uncertain. When the army marched out in June 1778, Philadelphia was being abandoned by the British. France had joined the war. Washington still commanded. Von Steuben's training had taken root. The Continentals could meet the British at Monmouth and stand. That did not mean independence was secure. The war would become more complex, more global, and in many regions more brutal. The frontier would burn. The South would become a central theater. Betrayal would come. Yorktown was still years away. But Valley Forge answered one question the British had been asking since the war began. Would the rebellion grow tired enough to quit? In the winter of 1777 and 1778, the answer was written in smoke rising from rough huts, in footprints through snow and mud, in drill commands on a parade ground, in letters sent to Congress, in cheers for France, and in the line that held at Monmouth. The army had suffered, but more importantly, the army had remained. And because it remained, the revolution remained alive. By the summer of 1778, the American Revolution had survived its first great winter of endurance. Washington's army had marched out of Valley Forge. Baron von Steuben had drilled men who once learned mostly by necessity. France had joined the war. The British had abandoned Philadelphia. At Monmouth, the Continental Army had stood in open battle and proved it could face British regulars without dissolving. But survival was not the same as victory. The war did not become simpler after France entered. It became larger. Britain now had to defend an empire. The Caribbean mattered, the Atlantic mattered, Europe mattered, India mattered. British ministers could no longer think only about crushing rebels in North America. They had to think about French fleets, sugar islands, shipping lanes, and the possibility that old enemies would gather around a weakened empire. For the United States, the French alliance was a miracle of opportunity, but also a new kind of challenge. Allies bring strength, but they also bring their own interests, commanders, customs, timing, pride, and misunderstandings. American leaders had spent years pleading for foreign support. Now they had to learn how to fight beside it. On paper, the next target made sense: Newport, Rhode Island. British forces had occupied Newport since 1776. The harbor gave them a valuable base on the New England coast. If Americans and French forces could retake it, the alliance would have an early victory. New England morale would surge, and British power in the region would shrink. The plan brought together Major General John Sullivan, American militia, Continental troops, the young Marquis de Lafayette, and a French fleet under Admiral Charles-Henri Hector, Comte d'Estaing. Expectations were high. After years of isolation, Americans could finally look offshore and see Allied sails. Yet 1778 would teach a hard lesson. The presence of French ships did not automatically solve American problems. Weather still mattered, communication still mattered, pride still mattered. British sea power still mattered. And beyond Newport, the war was spreading into places where the revolution looked very different from congressional declarations and parade ground drill. In the frontier valleys of Pennsylvania and New York, families lived under threat from loyalist and native raids. In the Illinois country, George Rogers Clark prepared to carry Virginia's claims into British-held western posts. At sea, American privateers and naval captains struck British commerce and even touched British waters. In the south, British commanders looked at Georgia and the Carolinas and wondered whether loyalists might rise if a royal army appeared. The Revolution had not become one war, it had become many. Episode 5 begins there, not with a single battlefield, but with a map expanding in every direction. Newport was a prize, but it was also a trap of geography, tide, and timing. Rhode Island's Narragansett Bay offered harbors, islands, channels, and approaches that demanded coordination. British troops held Newport on Aquidneck Island. American forces under John Sullivan gathered to strike by land. French warships under D'Estaing arrived with the power Americans had long imagined. Ships of the line, guns, sailors, marines, and the prestige of a major European navy. For many New Englanders, the sight of French sails was astonishing. Only a generation earlier, Britain and France had fought each other across North America. Colonists had grown up hearing France described as an enemy. Now French officers were allies in the cause of American independence. History had turned quickly, and not everyone knew how to feel about it. Lafayette understood the emotional and political importance of the moment. He was both French and deeply attached to Washington's army. He wanted the alliance to work not only as strategy, but as trust. At Newport, he tried to serve as a bridge between American expectations and French military reality. Sullivan's army grew as militia arrived. Men came from Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and beyond. Some expected a decisive stroke. Others came because militia duty demanded it, because neighbors were watching, or because British occupation had shaped life in the region for too long. The plan required the French fleet to block British escape and support the American move against Newport. D'Estaing brought real strength, but he also had responsibilities beyond American impatience. French ships could not be risked carelessly. A fleet was not merely a symbol. It was an expensive strategic instrument, and France had entered a global war. Then the British fleet appeared. Admiral Richard Howe moved to challenge D'Estaing. The two fleets maneuvered, and the possibility of a major naval battle opened off the coast. For American troops waiting on land, the sea became the center of the campaign. Their hopes rose and fell with ships they could not command. Then came the storm. A violent storm scattered and damaged both fleets. Masts cracked, rigging tore, ships limped away for repairs. D'Estaing decided he had to take the French fleet to Boston to refit rather than remain at Newport. To the French, this was a naval necessity. To many Americans, it felt like abandonment. The first major test of the alliance had become a test not of shared victory, but of wounded expectations. When D'Estaing sailed for Boston, Sullivan's army was left exposed and angry. American militia had gathered for a combined operation. They had expected French naval power to help trap the British at Newport. Without the fleet, the balance changed. British reinforcements might arrive. American supplies were uncertain. Militia enlistments were short. The mood shifted from confidence to frustration. Sullivan criticized the French decision in language that caused offense. French officers resented what they saw as unfair blame. Lafayette worked desperately to calm both sides. He rode hard between commanders, trying to preserve the alliance from a crisis born not of betrayal, but of different military realities. This was the awkward truth of coalition warfare. Americans wanted immediate help in a local campaign. French commanders had to protect a fleet that mattered across the Atlantic world. Both sides could be right about their own needs and still misunderstand one another. Meanwhile, British forces under Sir Robert Pigot remained in Newport. As American numbers shrank and British confidence grew, Sullivan chose to withdraw from positions near the city. On August 29, 1778, British troops attacked the retreating Americans in what became the Battle of Rhode Island. The battle was hard fought. American forces, including units with black and native soldiers, helped hold the line during the withdrawal. The 1st Rhode Island Regiment, often remembered for the service of black soldiers within it, became part of the story of the battle's disciplined defense. The Americans did not retake Newport, but they avoided destruction. The campaign ended without the great Allied victory many had imagined. Yet failure did not break the alliance. That mattered. Washington, Congress, Lafayette, and French officials All had to manage anger carefully. The alliance was too important to lose because one campaign had gone wrong. Newport showed how difficult cooperation would be. It also showed that both sides had reasons to keep trying. For viewers of the war from London, Paris, and Philadelphia, the lesson was clear. France's entry changed everything, but it did not guarantee American success. The British still held New York. They still held Newport. Their navy still mattered. Their commanders could adapt. The revolution was now more powerful, but also more complicated. While commanders argued over fleets and failed sieges on the coast, another kind of war intensified inland. There, no grand alliance ceremony softened the violence. There were farms, forts, families, loyalist neighbors, patriot militias, native nations defending homelands, and raids that left communities traumatized for generations. The Revolutionary War on the frontier did not look like formal lines at Monmouth. It looked like smoke over a valley. It looked like families fleeing to stockades. It looked like old neighbors choosing different sides. It looked like native communities trying to survive a conflict that threatened their lands, no matter which empire or republic claimed victory. In 1778, the Frontier War became especially bitter in Pennsylvania and New York. British officers, loyalist rangers, and native allies saw frontier raids as a way to weaken the rebellion, punish settlements, disrupt supplies, and draw patriot forces away from main theaters. Many native leaders, especially among the Haudenosaunee who allied with Britain, saw the American Revolution through the lens of land. American expansion threatened their future. British alliance seemed to many the best available defense. The result was not simple good against evil. It was a brutal civil and border war where every side carried grief and fear. In July, the Wyoming Valley in Pennsylvania became the scene of disaster. A force of loyalists and native allies attacked local patriot defenders. Fighting near Forty Fort ended in defeat for the settlers' militia. Afterward, stories of massacre spread through patriot newspapers, some true in essence, some exaggerated in detail for political effect. The name Wyoming became a rallying cry of frontier suffering. For families in the region, propaganda was less important than loss. Men did not come home. Homes were abandoned or burned. Survivors carried memories of terror into a war that already felt personal. In November, Cherry Valley in New York suffered its own attack. Loyalist forces and native warriors struck a settlement where civilians and defenders were caught in chaos. Deaths of women and children shocked patriot communities. The raid deepened calls for retaliation. Joseph Brant, Walter Butler, and other frontier figures became names loaded with fear and hatred in patriot memory. But again, the reality was layered. Loyalists believed they were fighting rebels who had torn apart the empire. Native warriors fought in a world where neutrality was often impossible and American settlement threatened survival. Patriots saw raids on civilians as proof that Britain had unleashed savage war. The frontier burned because the revolution had become a struggle over land, allegiance, and the future of whole peoples. Washington could not ignore it. Neither could Congress. The raids helped set the stage for major American retaliation in 1779, especially the Sullivan-Clinton expedition against Haudenosaunee towns. That campaign would devastate native communities and deepen the war's consequences far beyond independence politics. For Episode 5, the frontier matters because it shows the revolution's darker expansion. France and America celebrated alliance. Diplomats spoke of liberty. Armies drilled and marched. But in the valleys and forests, the war became intimate, retaliatory, and hard to contain. And farther west, another American commander was preparing a very different kind of campaign. George Rogers Clark was young, bold, and willing to gamble with distance. The western country was vast compared with the coastal theaters. British posts at places like Detroit, Kaskaskia, Cahokia, and Vincennes helped shape alliances and influence frontier war. Virginia claimed enormous western lands, and Clark believed that if British authority in the Illinois country could be broken, American claims beyond the Appalachians would be strengthened. In 1778, Clark led a small force down the Ohio River toward the Illinois country. This was not a grand army with endless supplies. It was an expedition built on surprise, endurance, and the willingness to operate far from easy support. In July, Clark captured Kaskaskia without the kind of bloody assault viewers might expect. Surprise, local diplomacy, and the complex loyalties of French-speaking inhabitants mattered as much as muskets. Many residents of the Illinois country were French Catholics who had lived under shifting imperial flags. The revolution arrived to them not as a familiar town meeting debate, but as another turn in a long history of empire. Clark understood that victory required persuasion. He worked to win over local French communities. Father Pierre Gibault later helped encourage support for the American side in the region. Cahokia also came under American control. Vincennes would become the next dramatic target, changing hands and setting up Clark's Winter March in 1779. The Western campaign mattered because it expanded American imagination. The revolution was not only about Boston, New York, Philadelphia, and Charleston. It was also about who would control the interior of North America. But that interior was not empty. Native nations lived there, governed there, hunted there, traded there, and fought to preserve their own futures. American claims to Western land carried consequences. Victory against Britain could become expansion against native homelands. Clark's campaign, therefore, has two meanings. In American memory, it is daring and strategic, a small force winning influence across a huge region. In native history, it is part of the pressure that would accelerate American movement into Western lands. Both truths belong in the story. By the end of 1778, Clark had changed the Western map, but the situation remained unstable. British power at Detroit endured. Henry Hamilton, the British lieutenant governor there, would retake Vincennes before Clark's famous winter counterstroke. The West was not settled, it was opening. At the same time, another battlefield stretched across the ocean itself. The United States did not have a navy that could match Britain ship for ship. The Royal Navy was one of the central instruments of British power. It protected trade, transported armies, blockaded ports, and connected the empire. But weaker powers can still hurt stronger powers at sea. American privateers became a constant irritation and danger to British commerce. Privateering was legalized raiding, carried out by privately owned vessels authorized to capture enemy ships. It blurred the line between patriotism, profit, and naval war. For Britain, every captured merchantman meant insurance costs, angry merchants, and pressure on the government. For American ports, privateering brought money, prisoners, supplies, and a sense that the empire could be touched. John Paul Jones gave that sea war a name and a face. In 1778, commanding the Ranger, Jones carried the war into British waters. He raided Whitehaven, a port he knew from earlier life, and attempted to strike fear along the coast. The raid caused limited physical damage, but enormous psychological shock. The rebellion was no longer only something Britain fought across the Atlantic. It could appear at home. Jones then fought and captured HMS Drake off Carrickfergus. The victory was small compared with fleet battles, but symbolically powerful. An American warship had taken a British vessel near British waters. Newspapers noticed, sailors noticed, merchants noticed. Jones was ambitious, difficult, brave, and hungry for recognition. He understood the value of audacity. Like many figures in the Revolution, he was not simple. He could inspire and irritate in equal measure. But he helped give the American naval war a dramatic identity. The war at sea also belonged to less famous captains and crews. Privateers from New England, the mid-Atlantic, and other ports chased prizes across dangerous waters. Sailors faced storms, capture, prison ships, and death. British prison hulks became notorious in American memory, especially around New York. France's entry made the naval war more serious. French fleets could challenge British control in ways American ships could not. British commanders now had to think about convoys, bases, islands, and enemy squadrons. The American Revolution had become part of a global maritime struggle. That mattered for the next British decision. If the war in the north had become expensive and inconclusive, if France threatened the wider empire, perhaps Britain needed a new approach in America. The answer they chose was the South. By late 1778, British leaders were searching for a way to regain initiative. The Northern War had not destroyed Washington. New England remained rebellious. Philadelphia had been taken and abandoned. Saratoga had brought France in. Holding New York remained useful, But it did not end the rebellion. The South offered a tempting alternative. British officials believed there were many loyalists in Georgia and the Carolinas. If a British army appeared, perhaps loyal subjects would rally. The region also offered valuable ports, rice, indigo, trade routes, and connections to the Caribbean. With France now threatening British possessions elsewhere, southern bases could support imperial strategy. Georgia became the first target. Savannah, the capital and key port, was vulnerable. American defenses in Georgia were weaker than those around Washington's main army. The state's politics were divided. Loyalist support existed, though British hopes often exaggerated how easily it could be mobilized. Lieutenant Colonel Archibald Campbell sailed from New York with a British expedition. In December 1778, his force approached Savannah. American defenders under General Robert Howe faced a difficult situation. Limited troops, imperfect intelligence, and terrain the British could exploit. The attack came quickly. British forces used a route through swampy ground, guided in ways that helped them outflank American positions. On December 29, 1778, Savannah fell. The British victory was decisive. American forces were routed. The city became the first major southern prize of Britain's new strategy. For patriots, Savannah's fall was a warning. The war was moving. The South would not remain a secondary theatre. For loyalists, the British arrival offered hope and danger. Hope that royal authority might return, danger because civil war would intensify wherever neighbors divided. For enslaved people, the Southern War would become especially complex. British proclamations and military movements offered some chances to seek freedom by reaching British lines, though British policy was inconsistent and often self-interested. Patriot slaveholders spoke of liberty while defending slavery. The Southern campaign would expose that contradiction with brutal clarity. Savannah did not end the war, but it opened a door. Behind that door lay Charleston, Camden, Kings Mountain, Cowpens, Guilford Courthouse, and Yorktown. The fall of Savannah changed the rhythm of the Revolution. Until then, many viewers of the war could still imagine the main story as Washington against British commanders in the north, with dramatic side chapters elsewhere. Savannah made that picture obsolete. The South would become central. British troops entered the city. Loyalists emerged more confidently. Patriot officials fled or regrouped. Civilians calculated what survival required. Some welcomed the crown. Some feared retaliation. Some tried to appear neutral. Some had no freedom to choose because slavery, poverty, gender, or dependence placed decisions in other hands. The British restored royal government in Georgia and looked outward. If Georgia could be secured, perhaps South Carolina would follow. If Charleston fell, perhaps the Carolinas could be rolled up. If Loyalist militia could be organized, perhaps British regulars would not have to carry the whole burden. That was the dream of the Southern strategy. But the South was not a sleeping Loyalist kingdom waiting to be awakened. It was divided, violent, and politically complex. British victories could produce resistance as well as obedience. Patriot militias could disappear, then reappear. Loyalist and Patriot neighbors could turn the countryside into a war of revenge. Enslaved people could use the chaos to seek freedom, forcing both sides to confront the reality beneath revolutionary language. Savannah also gave France and America another test. In 1779, a combined French and American attempt to retake the city would fail at terrible cost. That future defeat was not yet visible at the moment of capture, but the pattern was already present. Alliance brought opportunity, but coordination remained hard. By the end of 1778, the revolution had become a war of many fronts. In Rhode Island, the first Allied operation had failed, but the alliance survived. On the frontier, settlements burned and retaliation gathered. In the West, George Rogers Clark had opened an American claim to the Illinois country. At sea, privateers and John Paul Jones carried the war onto British commerce and British nerves. In Georgia, Savannah fell, and the South became the next great theater. The year had not given the Americans a clean triumph like Saratoga. Instead, it gave them something harder to manage: scale. The revolution was now too large for one army, one city, one coastline, or one commander to define. The story of 1778 after Monmouth is easy to overlook because it does not give us one neat victory. There is no single surrender like Saratoga, no winter symbol as famous as Valley Forge, no declaration like 1776. Instead, 1778 gives us expansion, outward, westward, southward, seaward, and into the tangled politics of alliance. That expansion mattered. Newport showed that the French alliance would require patience, diplomacy, and humility. Americans had to learn that an ally was not a servant. France had to learn that American politics and expectations could be volatile. Lafayette's role as a bridge became more important than ever. The frontier showed that the revolution could be morally brutal. Liberty language did not prevent burned settlements, retaliatory campaigns, or pressure on native homelands. The war for independence was also a war over land and power. Clark's Western campaign showed American ambition reaching beyond the Appalachians. It helped shape later claims to the interior, but it also foreshadowed the conflicts that would follow independence. The Sea War showed that Britain could be hurt indirectly. Privateers, raiders, and French fleets could stretch British attention across oceans. Savannah showed where the war was going next. The British would bet heavily on the South. They would find victories there, some of them devastating, but they would also find a countryside that could swallow armies, fracture loyalties, and turn tactical success into strategic exhaustion. For Washington, watching from the main army, the war had become more difficult to control. For Congress, it became harder to finance and coordinate. For Britain, it became harder to win cheaply. For ordinary people, it became harder to escape. That is why Episode 5 matters. It is the hinge between the Revolution as a northern rebellion and the Revolution as a continent-wide and global war. The next chapter will move deeper into 1779, when frontier retaliation, southern pressure, naval daring, and global conflict intensify. The revolution has survived. Now it is spreading. By 1779, the American Revolution no longer had a single center. In 1775, the war had exploded around Boston. In 1776, it had nearly died in New York and New Jersey. In 1777, Saratoga had changed the world. In 1778, Valley Forge had forged Washington's army. France had entered openly, and the war had spread across coast, frontier, sea, and south. Now the war hardened. The British still held New York City, the strongest base in North America. They held Savannah in Georgia. They could raid the coast, move troops by sea, and threaten several regions at once. Washington's army watched New York, but Washington could not simply storm it. The British position was too strong, and the Royal Navy still made direct attack dangerous. The French alliance changed the strategic balance, but it did not deliver easy coordination. French fleets had global responsibilities. American armies had supply problems. Congress struggled with money. States guarded their own interests. Soldiers still needed food, clothing, pay, and faith. 1779 became a year of edges rather than centers, raids around New York, retaliation on the frontier, naval battle in European waters, Spanish pressure against Britain, a desperate Allied siege in Savannah. The war was not moving in one straight line. It was spreading through systems: empire, trade, diplomacy, native homelands, enslaved labor, militia politics, and coastal warfare. For Washington, this meant patience and precision. He could not win the war by one grand attack, but he could keep the army alive, pressure British outposts, protect morale, and wait for opportunity. For ordinary people, the year felt less controlled. Frontier families feared raids and retaliation. Native communities faced destruction. Southern civilians watched British authority return. Sailors risked capture far from home. Enslaved people looked for chances in the cracks of war. Loyalists and patriots continued to turn local disputes into military violence. The revolution had survived the moment when Britain might have crushed it quickly. But survival had changed the conflict. The longer the war lasted, the more people it touched, and the harder it became to separate military strategy from revenge, hunger, ambition, and empire. Episode 6 is the story of that hardening. In the summer of 1779, British forces controlled important positions along the Hudson River. One of them was Stony Point, a rocky promontory on the west bank of the Hudson. The position helped threaten American movement and communications. British troops fortified it with earthworks, artillery, abatis, and defenses that seemed difficult to approach. Washington wanted it struck, but not by a slow conventional attack. He chose Brigadier General Anthony Wayne. Wayne had fought hard at Brandywine, Germantown, Monmouth, and elsewhere. His nickname, Mad Anthony, suggests recklessness, but the Stony Point operation was not madness. It was planning, discipline, and nerve. Wayne would lead a nighttime bayonet assault by light infantry, attempting surprise rather than artillery bombardment. The men moved in darkness on July 15th into July 16th. Muskets were unloaded to prevent accidental firing. The attack depended on silence. Columns moved through marshy ground and toward defenses where British sentries waited. Then the assault began. American troops pushed through obstacles under fire. Wayne was struck in the head and fell, but he ordered his men to carry him forward if he was dying, so he could die inside the fort. The wound was serious, but not fatal. The attackers kept moving. Bayonets flashed in the dark. The surprise worked. Stony Point fell. The victory did not transform the war strategically. Washington soon abandoned the post because it was difficult to hold against British counteraction. But psychologically, the raid mattered. It showed that the Continental Army could plan and execute a sophisticated night assault against a fortified British position. It also gave the army a morale lift in a year without Saratoga-style triumph. For soldiers who had endured years of defeat, hunger, marching, and uncertainty, Stony Point mattered because it was clean, bold, and successful. It showed professionalism. The Army of Valley Forge was still learning how to hit sharply. Washington praised the operation. Congress awarded honors. Wayne's reputation rose, but Stony Point also revealed a pattern for 1779. The war around New York would be a war of pressure, posts, raids, intelligence, and morale rather than sweeping decision. 1 month later, another American officer would strike across the water near New York itself. Paulus Hook guarded part of the Jersey side across from British-held New York. Today the area is part of Jersey City, but in 1779 it was a fortified post in a landscape of marsh, water, roads, and contested loyalties. Major Henry Lee, known as Light Horse Harry Lee, led the raid. Lee was young, daring, and skilled in the mobile war of cavalry, surprise, and intelligence. He was the father of a future Confederate general, but in 1779, his own name belonged to the Revolution. On August 19th, Lee's force moved toward Paulus Hook before dawn. The plan required timing, stealth, and a route through difficult ground. The raiders surprised the garrison and captured prisoners, but the position was too exposed to hold. Lee withdrew before British forces could trap him. Like Stony Point, Paulus Hook was not decisive in a territorial sense. But it was another demonstration that the Americans could strike the edges of British power even when they could not take New York. The war around New York was full of such tension. Spies crossed lines, loyalist and patriot militia skirmished. Foraging parties became targets. Civilians navigated military zones where allegiance could mean survival or punishment. British raids hit Connecticut towns like New Haven, Fairfield, and Norwalk in 1779, leaving destruction that reminded Americans the empire could still reach the coast. Washington relied on intelligence. Networks like the Culper Ring helped him understand British movement and intention. Messages moved through coded letters, invisible ink, couriers, and personal risk. The war of information mattered because the main armies could not always move freely. For viewers, this is important. Not every year of the Revolution is a straight line from one giant battle to another. Sometimes war is made of pressure. A fort taken at midnight, a garrison surprised before dawn, a town burned in a raid, a spy message arriving in time, a commander deciding not to risk everything. Washington's caution frustrated critics, but by 1779 it also reflected reality. He had learned that keeping the Continental Army alive was itself a weapon. Britain could win battles and still fail to end the rebellion. Washington could lose opportunities and still preserve the cause. But away from New York, preservation was not enough. On the frontier, Americans demanded retaliation. The Frontier War reached a grim turning point in 1779. The raids at Wyoming Valley and Cherry Valley in 1778 had shocked patriot communities. Stories of burning homes, dead civilians, loyalist rangers, and native warriors spread through newspapers and private letters. For many Americans, the frontier had become a place where fear demanded revenge. Washington ordered a major expedition against the Haudenosaunee towns that supported Britain, especially communities of the Seneca and Cayuga, while recognizing that the Oneida and Tuscarora had often aligned with or aided the American side. The Haudenosaunee Confederacy was divided by the Revolution, and that division itself was a tragedy. Major General John Sullivan led one wing, General James Clinton led another. Their forces moved through Pennsylvania and New York with the goal of destroying the material base that supported raids, towns, crops, orchards, food stores, and fields. In August, American troops fought Loyalist and Native forces at Newtown, near present-day Elmira, New York. The Americans won, clearing the way for systematic destruction. What followed was not a single battle. It was a campaign of devastation. American soldiers burned towns, they cut down orchards, they destroyed cornfields and food stores. Haudenosaunee families fled. The destruction contributed to hunger, displacement, and suffering through the following winter. The expedition weakened the ability of some communities to support British operations, but it did not end the frontier war. This is one of the moments where the Revolution cannot be told only as a clean story of liberty. Washington and American commanders saw the expedition as military necessity after brutal raids. Patriot settlers saw it as protection and justice. But for native communities, it was catastrophe. The campaign struck homes, food, and futures. It deepened the break between the new United States and native nations whose lands Americans wanted. Joseph Brant and other leaders continued the war. British support remained. The frontier did not become peaceful. Instead, the cycle of raid and retaliation hardened. When we tell this part of the story, we have to hold more than one truth at once. Frontier settlers suffered real attacks. Native nations faced real threats from American expansion. Loyalists and patriots both carried the war into civilian spaces. The Revolution promised rights while helping unleash dispossession. 1779 made those contradictions impossible to ignore. As the frontier burned, the war widened again across the Atlantic world. In 1779, Spain entered the war against Britain. Spain did not become a formal ally of the United States in the same way France did. Spanish leaders had their own imperial goals. They wanted to recover territory, weaken Britain, protect their empire, and regain influence lost in earlier wars. But even without direct alliance, Spain's entry increased pressure on Britain. Now Britain faced France, Spain, the rebellious United States, and threats across the globe. The Mediterranean mattered, Gibraltar mattered, the Caribbean mattered, the Gulf Coast mattered. British planners had to defend far more than New York and Savannah. Spanish Governor Bernardo de Galvez, operating from Louisiana, would soon become a major figure in the Gulf Coast campaigns. In 1779, he began operations against British posts along the Mississippi, including Manchac, Baton Rouge, and Natchez. These actions helped weaken British control in the lower Mississippi region and protected Spanish interests while indirectly benefiting the American cause. For the Revolution, Spain's entry mattered because Britain was now stretched thinner. Every ship sent to one theater could not be used in another. Every garrison reinforced in the Caribbean or Gibraltar affected calculations in North America. The American war had become part of a global contest among empires. This is one of the great ironies of independence. The United States, a new republic speaking the language of liberty, survived partly because monarchies and empires saw advantage in Britain's weakness. France and Spain did not fight Britain because they had become democratic revolutionaries. They fought because global power was at stake. American diplomats understood that. Benjamin Franklin in Paris, John Jay later in Spain, and others navigated a world where ideals mattered, but interests mattered too. For ordinary soldiers, these imperial calculations could feel distant. A hungry continental did not feel stronger because Gibraltar mattered. But strategy is often made far from the people who suffer it. Britain's widening burdens created the conditions that allowed Washington's army to keep surviving. At sea, the pressure became more dramatic still. John Paul Jones had already carried the war into British waters, but in 1779 he became a legend. Commanding Bonhomme Richard, an aging French merchant ship converted for war, Jones led a small squadron near the British coast. His ship was not the equal of a strong British frigate. It was old, slow, and imperfect. But Jones had audacity, and audacity was sometimes the American Navy's best weapon. On September 23, 1779, near Flamborough Head, Jones encountered a British convoy protected by HMS Serapis under Captain Richard Pearson. The battle that followed became one of the most famous naval fights of the Revolution. Serapis was stronger, faster, and better built for combat. Bonhomme Richard suffered terribly. Cannon fire tore through wood. Men fought amid smoke, splinters, fire, and confusion. At one point, the American ship seemed so damaged that surrender would have been understandable. According to later tradition, when asked if he had struck his colors, Jones replied, "I have not yet begun to fight." The exact wording has been debated, but the spirit of the moment became part of his legend. Jones lashed his dying ship to Serapis. The battle became a brutal close-range struggle. Men fired from tops, grenades exploded, crews fought fire and water as much as each other. Eventually, Serapis surrendered. Bonhomme Richard was too damaged to save and sank after the battle. Jones transferred to his captured prize. The victory did not give the United States command of the sea. It did not defeat the Royal Navy, but it shook British confidence, inspired Americans, impressed Europeans, and proved that American naval audacity could strike even near Britain's home waters. Jones was difficult, ambitious, and controversial, but his victory gave the Revolution one of its most unforgettable sea stories. For the British, the lesson was irritating but real. This rebellion had become global enough that even the waters near home were not entirely safe. For Americans, it was proof that courage and risk could create reputation even when material power was unequal. But while Jones won glory at sea, the alliance faced another painful test in the south. Savannah had fallen to the British at the end of 1778, opening the southern phase of the war. In 1779, French and American forces tried to take it back. The French fleet under d'Estaing arrived off the Georgia coast. American forces under General Benjamin Lincoln cooperated in the siege. For Patriot leaders, Savannah offered a chance to reverse Britain's southern momentum and prove that the alliance could deliver a major victory after the disappointment at Newport. But siege warfare is unforgiving. Time matters, disease matters, engineering matters, weather matters, command decisions matter. The British garrison under Augustine Prevost improved defenses while the Allies prepared. D'Estaing could not remain indefinitely. French naval obligations pressed on him. The longer the siege lasted, the more dangerous the situation became. Allied commanders decided on an assault. On October 9, 1779, French and American troops attacked Savannah's defenses. The assault failed. The fighting was fierce and costly. Polish cavalry commander Casimir Pulaski, who had served the American cause since 1777, was mortally wounded. Sergeant William Jasper, associated with the defense of Fort Moultrie earlier in the war, was also mortally wounded while trying to carry a flag. French troops suffered heavily. American hopes collapsed. The Allied army withdrew. Savannah remained British. The failure mattered deeply. The South stayed open to British strategy. Georgia remained under royal control. The alliance had again shown potential, but also the difficulty of coordinating across command structures, naval schedules, and local conditions. Savannah also showed how brutal the Southern War would become. The British could hold ports, patriots could resist inland, loyalists could organize, enslaved people could seek paths through military chaos. The countryside would become a contested world of raids, militia warfare, occupation, and retaliation. For Lafayette, Washington, Congress, and French commanders, Savannah was another reminder. Alliance was necessary, but it was not magic. The revolution would have to endure longer. 1779 is not remembered as the cleanest year of the American Revolution. It gave no declaration, no Trenton crossing, no Saratoga surrender, no Valley Forge symbol as simple as footprints in snow. But 1779 changed the texture of the war. Stony Point and Paulus Hook showed that Washington's army could strike sharply even when the main British base at New York remained out of reach. The Sullivan expedition showed that the frontier war had become a campaign of destruction. and that the Revolution's promise of liberty existed beside the devastation of native homelands. Spain's entry showed that Britain was now fighting a world war, not merely a colonial rebellion. John Paul Jones showed that American naval daring could create legend and pressure British confidence. Savannah showed that the South would not be a side theatre. It would become central, costly, and morally explosive. By the end of 1779, the Revolution had survived another year, but survival came with harder edges. The war had spread into homes, fields, ports, rivers, and oceans. It had drawn in empires. It had sharpened local hatred. It had widened the distance between ideals and reality. The next phase would be even darker. In 1780, Britain would strike the South with devastating force. Charleston would fall. American armies would collapse. Benedict Arnold would betray the cause. The Revolution would enter one of its most dangerous years. But 1779 prepared that world. It was the year the war hardened. By 1780, Britain had been fighting the American Rebellion for nearly 5 years. Boston had been lost. New York had been taken but not transformed into victory. Saratoga had pulled France openly into the war. Valley Forge had failed to destroy Washington's army. The war had spread across the Atlantic, the Caribbean, the Gulf Coast, the frontier, and the sea. So British strategy turned harder toward the South. The idea was not new. Britain had long believed that the southern colonies contained deep loyalist strength. If British regulars could seize the major ports, loyalists might rise, patriot governments might collapse, enslaved labor systems might be disrupted or exploited, and the rebellion might be rolled up from below. Georgia had already fallen back under British control. Savannah remained in British hands after the failed Franco-American siege of 1779. South Carolina now became the next great prize. To British commanders, the South looked like opportunity. To patriot leaders, it looked like danger. To civilians, it looked like a war about to enter homes, fields, churches, plantations, swamps, and market roads. The Southern War would not be only red coats against blue coats. It would be neighbor against neighbor. It would involve patriot militia, loyalist militia, continental soldiers, British regulars, German auxiliaries, native allies, enslaved people seeking survival and possibility, and families trying to guess which authority would still exist next month. In the North, Washington watched from a distance he could not easily cross. He understood that if the South collapsed, independence itself could unravel. But he could not simply abandon the Hudson and march south. New York still held British power. The main Continental Army still had to survive. This gave the Southern theater a terrifying independence. Events there would move quickly. Commanders would rise and fall. Armies would vanish and reappear. Men who seemed defeated would become dangerous again. Episode 7 is the story of that turn, the year Britain nearly broke the Revolution in the South, and the campaign that made British victory bleed itself thin. Charleston was one of the most important cities in the American South. It was a port, a political center, a commercial hub, and a symbol of South Carolina's place in the Revolution. If Britain captured Charleston, the loss would not be merely local. It would shake the entire Southern patriot cause. In early 1780, Sir Henry Clinton brought a major British expedition south. Admiral Marriott Arbuthnot supported the operation by sea. Charles Cornwallis, already one of Britain's most important field commanders in America, was part of the campaign. The American commander in Charleston was Benjamin Lincoln. He faced a brutal problem: defend the city and risk being trapped, or abandon it and surrender the symbol without a fight. Lincoln chose defense. The British approached carefully. They landed south of the city, moved across the rivers and low country, built siege lines and tightened the pressure. Charleston's geography, usually part of its protection, became part of the trap. The British controlled the sea. Their works crept closer. American escape routes narrowed. Inside Charleston, soldiers and civilians waited as artillery thundered. The siege became a test of endurance, morale, and mathematics. Every day made the American position more desperate. On May 12, 1780, Charleston surrendered. It was one of the worst American defeats of the Revolutionary War. Thousands of Continental soldiers were captured. Weapons, supplies, and a major city fell into British hands. South Carolina's organized patriot defense seemed to collapse at a stroke. For Britain, Charleston looked like the opening of victory. For patriots, it felt like the South had been cut open. But a captured city is not the same thing as a conquered country. The Low Country could be occupied, roads could be patrolled, oaths could be demanded. But the backcountry was wide, angry, divided, and armed. The fall of Charleston created a power vacuum. British commanders expected loyalists to help fill it. Many did, but coercion and revenge also hardened patriot resistance. Men who might have stayed quiet were pulled into the war. Families that had endured politics now faced occupation. The British had won a great victory. They had also stepped deeper into a region where victory would require more than a flag over a city. After Charleston, the South needed a savior. Congress sent Major General Horatio Gates, the celebrated victor of Saratoga. Gates arrived with reputation, confidence, and expectation. But Saratoga's prestige could not feed hungry men, cure disease, or turn exhausted militia into a reliable army overnight. Gates moved toward Camden, South Carolina, where Cornwallis was concentrating British power. His army included Continentals from Maryland and Delaware, militia from Virginia and North Carolina, and men who had already endured hunger and punishing marches. On August 16, 1780, near Camden, the armies collided. The American deployment was disastrous. Militia faced some of Cornwallis's strongest troops. When the British advanced with bayonets, many militia broke. Panic spread, the American line collapsed. Gates left the field in flight, riding far from the disaster as his army came apart behind him. The Maryland and Delaware Continentals fought hard, especially under Johann de Kalb. De Kalb was wounded repeatedly and died after the battle, becoming one of the tragic figures of the campaign. But courage could not rescue the whole army. Camden was a catastrophe. It destroyed another American force in the South. It shattered Gates's reputation. It convinced many observers that Britain might truly reconquer the region. Cornwallis now seemed to hold the initiative everywhere. And yet Camden also revealed the strange logic of the Southern War. British victory on a battlefield did not automatically create peace. It created fear. Fear created compliance in some places, but rage in others. Every demand for loyalty, every confiscation, every raid, every execution, and every insult could turn a local dispute into a military problem. The South became a war of roads and rivers, mills and meeting houses, family names and old grudges. Patriot commanders like Thomas Sumter, Francis Marion, and Andrew Pickens did not need to win giant conventional battles to matter. They needed to keep resistance alive. They struck supply lines, ambushed detachments, rallied militia, disappeared into difficult terrain, and made British control expensive. The British had won Charleston and Camden. On paper, the campaign looked brilliant. On the ground, the conquest was already beginning to burn. The southern backcountry was not simply waiting to be liberated by one army or conquered by another. It was already divided. Patriot and loyalist families had lived near each other for years. Some men chose sides from ideology. Some chose from religion, ethnicity, local leadership, personal protection, or old conflicts. Some shifted as armies moved. Some tried to stay neutral and discovered that neutrality could be impossible. British commanders wanted loyalist militia to secure the interior. Patriot commanders wanted militia to deny the British that control. The result was a civil war inside the Revolution. Francis Marion became famous for operating in the swamps and forests of South Carolina. Later memory would call him the Swamp Fox. His men moved lightly, struck quickly, and made pursuit frustrating. Thomas Sumter, sometimes called the Gamecock, fought with a harder, more aggressive style. Andrew Pickens helped rally Patriot power in the Carolina backcountry. These leaders were not fairy tale heroes. Their war was rough, local, and often unforgiving. Prisoners, property, and civilian loyalties all became part of the struggle. For enslaved people, the chaos opened terrifying and uncertain choices. British proclamations and military needs created openings for some to escape Patriot enslavers and seek British protection. Patriot armies also depended on forced labor, supply networks, and the world slavery had built. The Revolution's language of liberty moved through a South where bondage remained central to wealth and power. For women, children, and elderly civilians, the war could mean burned farms, missing relatives, sudden searches, shifting oaths, and the constant need to read danger before it arrived. Cornwallis understood that he needed the backcountry. Without it, Charleston was a base, not a kingdom. But every attempt to mobilize loyalists also exposed them to Patriot retaliation. Every British post needed supplies, every road had to be watched. This was the problem Britain could not solve. The more it tried to govern the South through force, the more force it needed. By autumn 1780, one British officer pushed that problem too far. His name was Patrick Ferguson. Patrick Ferguson was a capable and energetic British officer. He organized loyalist militia and moved through the Carolina backcountry with confidence. His mission was to protect Cornwallis's western flank and suppress Patriot resistance. But Ferguson threatened the wrong men. Across the mountains, frontier militia from present-day Tennessee, Virginia, and the Carolinas gathered in response. These were not polished continental soldiers. They were riflemen, farmers, hunters, and local fighters who understood difficult terrain and moved with urgency. Leaders included William Campbell, John Sevier, Isaac Shelby, Benjamin Cleveland, and others. They came over the mountains to find Ferguson. On October 7, 1780, they caught him at King's Mountain. Ferguson's force took position along a ridge. The Patriot militia attacked uphill from multiple sides. The fight was violent, smoky, and close. The Patriots used cover, trees, and rifles. Ferguson tried to rally his men and break through, but the pressure tightened. Ferguson was killed. His loyalist force was destroyed or captured. King's Mountain was not a battle between British regulars and Continental troops. It was largely Patriot militia against loyalist militia, with a British officer at the center. That made it especially revealing. The revolution in the South was not just an invasion. It was a civil conflict, and at King's Mountain, the loyalist arm of British strategy suffered a devastating blow. Cornwallis felt the impact immediately. His advance into North Carolina became riskier. Loyalist confidence weakened. Patriot morale surged after months of disaster. Thomas Jefferson later called King's Mountain the turn of the tide of success. That phrase is dramatic, but the battle did mark a major change. After Charleston and Camden, Patriots needed proof that Britain could be hurt in the South. King's Mountain gave them that proof. It also showed that local anger could become strategic force. Ferguson's defeat was not only a battlefield loss, it was a warning that the backcountry would not simply submit because Charleston had fallen. The South was still burning, but now the fire was spreading in directions Cornwallis could not fully control. While the South burned, the Revolution faced another crisis in the North. Benedict Arnold had once been one of the most brilliant fighting men in the American cause. He had helped at Quebec, fought on Lake Champlain, and played a crucial role at Saratoga. He had been wounded, overlooked, offended, accused, and embittered. By 1780, Arnold was commander at West Point, one of the most important American positions on the Hudson River. West Point helped control the river system and protect the link between New England and the rest of the states. In British hands, it would have been a strategic disaster. Arnold secretly negotiated with the British to surrender the post. Major John Andre, a young British officer, became the contact who carried the plot forward. But the plan unraveled when Andre was captured by American militiamen carrying incriminating papers. Arnold learned of the capture and fled to a British ship. Washington arrived expecting to meet Arnold and instead discovered betrayal. The shock was personal and political. Arnold's treason cut into the emotional heart of the revolution. If a hero of Saratoga could sell West Point, then reputation itself seemed unstable. Trust became a battlefield. Andre was executed as a spy. Arnold survived and joined the British, but his name became a synonym for betrayal in American memory. For our story, Arnold matters because 1780 was not only a year of military collapse in the South. It was a year when the revolution seemed to be cracking under pressure everywhere. Money, morale, command, loyalty, supply, and trust. Washington did not break, but he was forced to absorb the blow and continue. In the South, a new commander would soon have to do the same thing. His name was Nathaniel Greene. After Camden, Horatio Gates was finished. Washington recommended Nathaniel Greene to command the Southern Army. Greene was not a glamorous battlefield genius in the simple sense. He had been a Quaker from Rhode Island, a self-educated soldier, and a British officer. and one of Washington's most trusted subordinates. He understood logistics, endurance, politics, and the importance of keeping an army alive. That made him exactly the kind of commander the South needed. When Greene took command in late 1780, the situation was bleak. The army was small, poorly supplied, and operating in a region scarred by defeat. British forces held major positions. Cornwallis remained dangerous. Loyalist and patriot violence continued across the countryside. Greene's genius was strategic patience. He did not imagine that he could simply crush Cornwallis in one grand battle. Instead, he divided his force, used distance as a weapon, coordinated with militia and partisans, and forced Cornwallis to respond across a wide theatre. This was risky. Dividing an army can invite destruction. But Greene understood that Cornwallis also had limits. The British commander needed decisive results. Greene needed survival, pressure, and time. Daniel Morgan, one of the Revolution's toughest commanders, led a detached force into the Western Carolinas. Morgan had frontier experience, riflemen, militia, and Continentals. He knew how British officers often judged militia, and he knew how to turn that judgment against them. Cornwallis sent Banastra Tarleton after him. Tarleton was aggressive, feared, and hated by many patriots after earlier fighting in the South, especially the controversial violence associated with Waxhaws. His cavalry and infantry could move fast and strike hard. Morgan chose his ground at a place called Cowpens. There, he prepared one of the most elegant tactical traps of the war. On January 17, 1781, Daniel Morgan waited at Cowpens. He understood his men. He knew militia might not stand forever against a hard British charge, so he did not ask them to. He built his plan around what they could do. The first line of skirmishers would fire and fall back. The militia line would deliver a few controlled volleys, then withdraw. Behind them stood stronger Continental troops. Cavalry under William Washington waited for the right moment. To an impatient enemy, this could look like collapse. Tarleton attacked aggressively, just as Morgan expected. His men pushed forward, believing the American lines were breaking. But the withdrawals were part of the design. The British advance lost order. Then the American Continentals turned, fired, and counterattacked. Cavalry struck. Militia returned to the fight. The trap closed. Cowpens became one of the clearest American tactical victories of the Revolutionary War. Tarleton's force was shattered. Many were killed, wounded, or captured. Tarleton escaped, but his reputation suffered. Cornwallis lost a valuable striking force. For Patriot morale, Cowpens was electric. After Charleston and Camden, the South needed a victory that felt unmistakable. Kings Mountain had shown the power of militia resistance. Cowpens showed that mixed forces of militia, riflemen, cavalry, and Continentals could defeat British regulars through discipline, timing, and intelligent command. Morgan's plan mattered because it respected reality. He did not pretend militia was something they were not. He used them in a way that made their strengths decisive. Cornwallis now faced a choice. He could let Greene and Morgan escape, or he could pursue them and try to force decision. He chose pursuit. To move faster, Cornwallis destroyed much of his baggage. It was a dramatic gesture of commitment, but it also meant that the chase itself would become costly. The farther he moved, the more dependent he became on speed, supplies, and success. Greene was ready to make him pay for every mile. After Cowpens, Greene and Morgan needed to reunite and escape Cornwallis's reach. The chase became known as the Race to the Dan. Greene moved north toward the Dan River, trying to cross into Virginia before Cornwallis could force battle. Roads were muddy. Rivers mattered, boats mattered, timing mattered. This was not a cinematic duel on an open field. It was a campaign of maps, couriers, exhausted soldiers, bad weather, and narrow margins. Greene gathered boats ahead of time and used them brilliantly. His army crossed the Dan River in February 1781. Cornwallis arrived too late. The escape was a strategic victory without a battlefield. Greene had preserved his army. Cornwallis had worn down his own. The British commander had chased hard, but the prize had slipped away. Then Greene did something that defined his campaign. He came back. Reinforced and still cautious, Greene returned to North Carolina. He did not want battle on Cornwallis's terms, but he understood that Cornwallis could not be allowed to dominate the interior unchallenged. The armies moved toward Guilford Courthouse. Greene chose a defensive position and arranged his troops in depth. Like Morgan at Cowpens, he used militia and Continentals according to their likely performance. North Carolina militia formed one line, Virginia militia another. Continentals stood deeper. On March 15, 1781, Cornwallis attacked. The battle was fierce and exhausting. British troops pushed through successive American lines, but each stage cost them. Fighting became close and confused. Cornwallis eventually ordered artillery fire into a melee involving both American and British troops, a sign of how desperate the moment had become. The British held the field, but they had paid dearly. Guilford Courthouse was the kind of victory that can ruin an army. Cornwallis had technically won, yet his losses were heavy and hard to replace. Greene's army survived. British control did not expand in a stable way. After the battle, Cornwallis moved toward Wilmington on the coast to resupply. Then he made the decision that would shape the end of the war. He turned toward Virginia. Cornwallis went north, but Greene did not simply follow him into Virginia. Instead, Greene turned back into South Carolina. This choice was one of the most important strategic decisions of the war. Greene understood that if Cornwallis left the Carolinas, British posts and loyalist networks there could be attacked, isolated and worn down. The British might win battles, but lose the countryside. Greene fought Lord Rawdon at Hobkirk's Hill near Camden in April 1781. The battle was a tactical British victory, but once again the deeper situation favored the Americans. British posts were under pressure. Supplies were difficult. Patriot militia and partisans kept moving. At 96, Greene besieged a major loyalist stronghold. The siege failed to capture the post before relief approached, but British commanders soon abandoned 96 anyway. Holding the interior was becoming too costly. Francis Marion, Thomas Sumter, Andrew Pickens, Henry Lee, and other Patriot leaders helped make British occupation increasingly fragile. The war was fought in ambushes, raids, sieges, sudden marches, and exhausted withdrawals. In September 1781, Greene fought at Eutaw Springs. The battle was bloody and confused. The British held the field, but their position in the interior continued to shrink. Greene's pattern was unusual. He lost several tactical engagements, but won the campaign's strategic logic. He kept armies alive, applied pressure, and forced the British to abandon ground they could not afford to hold. This is why Greene is one of the most important commanders of the Revolution. He understood that victory did not always look like immediate triumph. Sometimes it looked like refusing to disappear. By the end of the Southern Campaign, British power in the Carolinas had been pulled back toward coastal enclaves. The interior had not been pacified. Loyalists who had trusted British protection were exposed. Patriots who had seemed beaten returned. Meanwhile, Cornwallis was no longer in the Carolinas. He was marching into Virginia, where the war's final trap was beginning to take shape. Virginia was rich, populous, and strategically important. It supplied men, food, horses, tobacco, political leadership, and military resources. It was also deeply dependent on enslaved labor. A campaign there could threaten both the Patriot war effort and the social order beneath it. Benedict Arnold, now fighting for the British, raided Virginia in early 1781. His movement against Richmond shocked the state and humiliated defenders who were not prepared for a strong strike. British operations under Arnold and later William Phillips damaged supplies, burned stores, and disrupted Patriot organization. Lafayette was sent to Virginia with a small force. He was young, ambitious, and deeply committed to the American cause, but he faced a difficult assignment. He had to shadow stronger British forces, avoid destruction, protect what he could, and keep the theater alive until larger opportunities appeared. Baron von Steuben worked to gather militia and supplies. Anthony Wayne brought Pennsylvania troops south. Virginia militia entered and left service according to the pressures of local defense and short enlistments. Then Cornwallis arrived. After Guilford Courthouse and Wilmington, he moved north into Virginia, linking the Southern Campaign to a broader British attempt to disrupt the American war effort. Cornwallis believed Virginia could not be ignored. If supplies and reinforcements flowed from there into the Carolinas, Southern conquest would remain unstable. But Virginia was dangerous for him too. The farther Cornwallis moved from the Carolinas, the more the war became a problem of coordination. British armies, British fleets, American forces, French forces, and the geography of the Chesapeake. Lafayette avoided being trapped. He harassed, watched, retreated, and returned. His job was not to destroy Cornwallis alone. His job was to keep Cornwallis in view. That mattered more than anyone yet knew, because Washington and the French were watching too. By the summer of 1781, the American Revolution had entered a strange shape. In the Carolinas, Greene had not won a simple chain of battlefield victories, but he had made British control shrink. In Virginia, Cornwallis commanded a powerful army, but he was operating in a theater where rivers, roads, supply lines, and naval support mattered enormously. Washington still watched New York. For years, New York had been the great British base and the obvious target. French commander Rochambeau and his army had joined the Americans, but Allied action required coordination with French naval power. Without control at sea, a major siege could fail. Then came possibility. The French fleet under Admiral de Grasse was moving toward the Chesapeake. If French ships could control the bay, Cornwallis might be trapped. If Washington and Rochambeau could march south quickly enough, the war's scattered threads could suddenly tighten into one line. This was the transformation of the Southern campaign. Charleston had fallen, Camden had collapsed. The backcountry had burned, Kings Mountain had broken Ferguson, Cowpens had shattered Tarleton. Greene had outrun, outlasted, and redirected Cornwallis. Guilford Courthouse had made British victory painfully expensive. Virginia had opened into a theater of raids, pursuit, and naval possibility. Now all of it pointed toward Yorktown. Cornwallis moved to the Virginia coast and fortified Yorktown and Gloucester Point. He expected the Royal Navy to keep open the road to rescue, reinforcement, or evacuation. In an empire built on sea power, that expectation was reasonable. But the Revolution had become a world war. French ships, American endurance, British overextension, Southern resistance, and years of sacrifice were converging. Episode 7 ends on the edge of the trap. The next episode will follow Washington, Rochambeau, Lafayette, de Grasse, and Cornwallis into the siege that changed the war. Yorktown, surrender, and the long road to peace. By the late summer of 1781, the American Revolution had become a war of converging lines. For 6 years, the conflict had refused to end. Britain had seized New York, but not the rebellion. Saratoga had brought France openly into the war. The South had burned through Charleston, Camden, Kings Mountain, Cowpens, Guilford Courthouse, and the long campaign of Nathaniel Greene. Cornwallis had marched into Virginia, hoping to break the supply base that kept the Southern resistance alive. Instead, Virginia began to become a trap. Cornwallis fortified Yorktown and Gloucester Point on the York River. From his perspective, the position made sense. The Royal Navy was still the central instrument of British imperial power. A coastal post could be reinforced, supplied, or evacuated by sea. If ships came, Yorktown was a base. If ships did not come, it was a cage. Lafayette understood that his task was not to destroy Cornwallis alone. He had too few men for that. His job was to watch, shadow, delay, and keep Cornwallis from disappearing before larger forces could arrive. Lafayette had spent months retreating, returning, probing, and refusing to be trapped himself. To the north, Washington still faced the old problem of New York City. For years, New York had been the obvious British target and the obvious American frustration. Washington wanted to strike it, but a direct assault required naval power. Without the sea, New York was a fortress tied to empire. Then French strategy changed the world of possibility. Rochambeau and Washington learned that Admiral de Grasse intended to sail from the Caribbean to the Chesapeake. If the French fleet controlled the bay, Cornwallis could be isolated. If the Allied armies marched south quickly and secretly, the war might produce the decisive siege Washington had been seeking for years. This was the kind of moment commanders wait for and fear. Opportunity was real, but fragile. A delayed message, a British fleet, a failed march, a disease outbreak, a mistake in timing, any of these could break the plan. Washington and Rochambeau chose speed and deception. They made Clinton in New York believe that an attack on the city might still be coming. Meanwhile, the Allied army began moving south. French soldiers, Continental troops, Wagons, artillery, horses, and supply columns marched through the summer roads of the Middle Atlantic. The Revolution's scattered threads were tightening. Yorktown could not be won by land alone. That is the first thing to understand about the campaign. Washington had spent much of the war learning the limits of armies without fleets. Britain could move by sea. Britain could reinforce ports. Britain could evacuate troops. Britain could turn geography into power. At Yorktown, that had to change. Admiral François-Joseph Paul, Comte de Grasse, sailed from the Caribbean toward the Chesapeake with a powerful French fleet. His arrival transformed the campaign. He brought ships, sailors, troops, and most important, control over the water Cornwallis needed. The British understood the danger. A fleet under Admiral Thomas Graves moved to challenge de Grasse. On September 5, 1781, the fleets fought off the Virginia Capes in what became known as the Battle of the Chesapeake. The battle did not look like a land battle. There were no infantry lines crossing fields, no cavalry charges, no bayonet assaults against redoubts. Instead, ships maneuvered under wind, signal flags, smoke, cannon fire, and the complicated geometry of naval war. The result was decisive because of what did not happen. The British did not break French control of the Chesapeake. They did not open a road to Cornwallis. They did not restore the sea power that Yorktown required. De Grasse held the bay. That meant Cornwallis could not count on evacuation. He could not assume relief would arrive in time. The river and the sea, which had seemed to protect him, now helped surround him. French naval power had become the hinge of American independence. This is one of the most important facts of the Revolution. The United States did not win alone. American endurance mattered. Washington mattered. The Continental Army mattered. Militia, diplomats, state governments, privateers, and civilians mattered. But at Yorktown, French ships made the final military victory possible. The alliance was not charity. France had its own imperial reasons for fighting Britain. Spain and the Dutch also changed the global balance. But motives do not erase consequences. The American cause survived because the British Empire was forced into a global war. At Yorktown, that global war sailed into the Chesapeake, and on land, the Allied armies were coming. The march to Yorktown was one of the great acts of coordination in the war. Washington and Rochambeau moved the Allied army away from New York and down the Eastern Corridor. The route passed through New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Maryland toward Virginia. Soldiers who had once watched the Hudson now marched toward the Chesapeake. The march required secrecy, logistics, money, discipline, and trust. French troops brought a level of polish that many Americans noticed. Their uniforms, artillery, engineers, and supply organization made a strong impression. American soldiers, hardened by years of hunger and rough campaigning, marched beside them. The alliance was no longer just a treaty or a diplomatic promise. It was a column of men moving together toward a shared battlefield. Washington also made a deeply personal stop. On the way south, he visited Mount Vernon for the first time since taking command in 1775. He had left home expecting service, duty, and perhaps a short conflict. 6 years later, he returned briefly as a commander, still carrying the war on his shoulders. That visit was not the end of his service. It was a reminder of what he had postponed. By September, Washington reached Virginia. Lafayette's force joined the Allied concentration. De Grasse controlled the bay. Rochambeau's French army stood with the Americans. Artillery and supplies gathered. Cornwallis remained inside his defenses. The trap was becoming visible. But a siege is not simply a large army waiting outside a town. It is a science of pressure. Engineers choose lines. Soldiers dig trenches. Artillery is dragged into position. Batteries are built. The besieging army moves closer by stages, protecting itself while tightening the circle. Yorktown would be won with shovels as much as muskets. For the men in the trenches, glory looked like mud. They dug under darkness, hauled fascines, carried gabions, listened for enemy fire, and watched the sky for shells. The work was exhausting, repetitive, and dangerous. For Cornwallis, every Allied trench meant less space, less time, and less hope. The world had narrowed to earthworks, cannon, ships, and waiting. On September 28, 1781, the Allied army arrived before Yorktown. Washington, Rochambeau, Lafayette, French engineers, American officers, artillery commanders, and thousands of soldiers now focused on the British position. Cornwallis had built defenses around Yorktown, with Gloucester Point across the river. But he was outnumbered, surrounded by land and blocked by sea. The Allies began formal siege operations. They opened the first parallel, a trench line that allowed artillery to move closer while protecting the men who served the guns. The work was done at night. Soldiers dug in silence or near silence, knowing that discovery could bring fire. On October 9th, the Allied bombardment began. French and American guns opened against Yorktown. Cannon and mortars hammered British positions. Shells arced over the darkness. Buildings shook. Earthworks splintered. The rhythm of artillery became the sound of inevitability. Washington himself is traditionally associated with firing or ordering the first American gun. Whether imagined in ceremonial detail or not, the symbolism mattered. The commander who had endured defeat, retreat, starvation, criticism, and uncertainty was now directing the siege that could end Britain's hope of victory. Inside Yorktown, British soldiers and German auxiliaries endured the bombardment. They were not caricatures. Many were veterans. They had marched through the South, fought hard, obeyed orders, and now found themselves trapped by forces beyond their control. Civilians and enslaved people around Yorktown also suffered the siege environment. War did not pause for non-combatants. Disease, hunger, fear, and displacement moved through the lines as surely as cannon fire. The Allied guns did their work. But one problem remained. Two British outer positions, redoubts 9 and 10, limited how close the Allies could bring their second parallel. Those redoubts had to be taken. The siege was about to become sudden, close, and dangerous. On the night of October 14, 1781, the Allies attacked. The targets were Redoubt 9 and Redoubt 10, British outer defenses that had to fall before the siege could tighten fully. The operation required coordination between French and American assault columns. The French attacked Redoubt 9. The Americans attacked Redoubt 10. Alexander Hamilton, eager for a field command and determined to prove himself, helped lead the American assault. The attackers moved with unloaded muskets, relying on bayonets to maintain speed and surprise. This was not because war had become romantic. It was because gunfire could break silence, slow the attack, and throw the assault into confusion. The men rushed through obstacles, ditch, and defensive works under fire. Redoubt 10 fell quickly. The French assault on Redoubt 9 faced hard fighting, but succeeded as well. With both redoubts captured, the Allies could extend their siege works closer to the British line. The second parallel would bring the artillery into a position from which Yorktown became almost impossible to hold. Hamilton's reputation grew. French courage was proven again. American and French coordination had passed one of its sharpest tests. For Cornwallis, the situation darkened. He attempted a sortie against Allied positions, but it could not reverse the siege. He considered trying to escape across the York River to Gloucester Point and break away, but weather and Allied pressure made the plan fail. The water that had promised safety now trapped him. By October 17th, the British asked for terms. 6 years after Lexington and Concord, 5 years after the Declaration of Independence, 4 years after Saratoga, the British Southern Army was negotiating surrender in Virginia. The war was not over, but something enormous had broken. October 19, 1781, became one of the defining days in American history. The British Army marched out of Yorktown to surrender. Cornwallis did not personally attend the ceremony. He sent General Charles O'Hara in his place, reportedly claiming illness. O'Hara first approached Rochambeau, but Rochambeau directed him toward Washington. Washington, in turn, directed him to Benjamin Lincoln, the American general who had been forced to surrender Charleston the year before. The symbolism was unmistakable. At Charleston, Lincoln had suffered humiliation. At Yorktown, Lincoln accepted the surrender of Britain's defeated army on Washington's behalf. British troops laid down arms, drums beat, standards lowered, thousands of soldiers became prisoners. The road to Yorktown, so long and uncertain, had ended in a ceremony of reversal. Tradition later claimed the British band played "The World Turned Upside Down." The evidence is uncertain, but the phrase survived because it captured what people believed the moment meant. A colonial rebellion had trapped an imperial army. A republic that did not yet fully exist had forced a monarchy into negotiation. Men who had been called rebels stood as victors before one of the most powerful empires on earth. Washington did not celebrate wildly. His greatness often rested in control. He knew that surrender did not equal peace. British forces still held New York, Charleston, and other posts. The Royal Navy still existed. The British government still had choices. But Yorktown changed the political reality in London. Continuing the war now meant explaining how victory would be achieved after the surrender of a major army, amid a global conflict, with France and Spain pressing British interests around the world. The cost of conquest had become harder to defend. For the Americans, Yorktown brought relief and astonishment. Soldiers who had marched hungry, gone unpaid, and endured years of uncertainty saw proof that endurance could become victory. For France, Yorktown vindicated alliance, naval strategy, and revenge against Britain. For the world, Yorktown announced that the American rebellion could not be dismissed as temporary disorder. But the road from surrender to independence still had to be walked. After Yorktown, the war entered a strange twilight. The largest British offensive hope in North America had collapsed, but British troops still occupied New York City. Charleston remained in British hands until 1782. Savannah had only recently been evacuated. Fighting and raiding did not vanish instantly. The Atlantic War continued. Diplomacy moved slowly. For soldiers, this was a hard kind of victory. They had been told independence was near before. They had endured paper money, shortages, disease, and promises of pay that Congress struggled to fulfill. Now they could see the outline of victory, but they still had to wait in camps while politicians negotiated across the ocean. Washington returned north. The army remained under command. Discipline still mattered, so did patience. Britain faced its own political reckoning. Yorktown damaged the ministry that had carried the war. Opposition to continuing the conflict grew. The global nature of the war made settlement more complicated because Britain had to deal not only with the United States, but also with France, Spain, and the Netherlands. The American diplomats in Europe carried a different kind of battlefield into negotiation. Benjamin Franklin, John Adams, and John Jay did not command armies, but their work mattered as much as any campaign. They had to secure recognition, territory, fishing rights, debts, and the future position of the United States among empires that did not necessarily want a strong republic in North America. France had been essential to victory, but American interests and French interests were not always identical. Spain wanted its own gains. Britain wanted to limit losses. Diplomacy required gratitude, calculation, suspicion, and nerve. At home, the revolution's contradictions remained. Independence promised liberty, but slavery survived. Native nations faced an expanding United States that would often treat British defeat as permission for American expansion. Loyalists faced exile, confiscation, or uneasy reintegration. The war had created a nation, but not a settled moral order. Yorktown had answered one question. Could Britain force the colonies back into obedience by military power? The answer was no, but Yorktown left another question. What kind of country would independence create? That question almost broke the army before the treaty was even signed. In early 1783, the Continental Army waited at Newburgh, New York. The men had won the war in everything but paperwork. Yet many officers and soldiers had not been paid properly. Congress, under the Articles of Confederation, lacked reliable power to raise revenue. States were slow or unwilling to provide money. Promises stacked up like unpaid debts. The army's anger was not imaginary. These men had sacrificed years. Some had lost health, property, opportunity, and family time. Officers feared they would be dismissed into poverty. Soldiers wondered whether the republic they had defended would honor them. Anonymous addresses circulated among officers, urging stronger action. The danger was clear. The army might pressure Congress in a way that threatened civilian authority. Some possibilities sounded like protest. Others sounded closer to military coercion. Washington saw the crisis for what it was. The revolution could be won on the battlefield and then lost in its final political test. On March 15, 1783, Washington appeared before his officers at Newburgh. He urged patience, loyalty, and faith that Congress would address their grievances. But the moment remembered most came when he took out a letter and reached for spectacles. He told the officers that he had grown grey in their service and now found himself growing blind. The room changed. The officers saw not only a commander, but a man who had suffered with them. Washington's emotional authority did what orders alone might not have done. The officers stepped back from the dangerous path. The army remained obedient to civilian power. Newburgh mattered because republics are not secured only by defeating enemies. They are secured by what victorious armies do when they possess power. Washington could have exploited anger. He could have presented himself as the indispensable man above Congress. Instead, he used his influence to protect civilian rule. The revolution had promised that power should answer to the people through their representatives. At Newburgh, that promise survived a frightening test. Peace was now close. On September 3, 1783, the Treaty of Paris was signed. The American negotiators were Benjamin Franklin, John Adams, and John Jay. David Hartley represented Great Britain. The treaty formally ended the American Revolution and recognized the United States as independent. This was the diplomatic sentence the war had been trying to write since 1775. British recognition mattered because it transformed rebellion into sovereignty. The United States was no longer merely a collection of former colonies claiming independence. It had been acknowledged by the empire it had fought. The treaty also defined boundaries that opened enormous Western possibilities. The new United States gained claims extending toward the Mississippi River, though these claims collided with the realities of native nations, Spanish interests, British forts, and settlers already looking west. Fishing rights, debts, loyalist property, and prisoner issues all formed part of the settlement. Some provisions were easier to sign than to enforce. Peace on paper did not erase bitterness, displacement, or uncertainty. For Britain, the treaty was a loss, but not the end of empire. Britain still held Canada, Caribbean islands, India interests, naval power, and global reach. The empire would adapt. For France, victory brought prestige, but not financial relief. The cost of war deepened pressures that would later help destabilize the French monarchy. For Spain, the global settlement included imperial calculations of its own. For the United States, the treaty opened a future that was both exhilarating and dangerous. Independence had been achieved. Now union had to be maintained. Debt had to be handled. Western expansion had to be governed. State jealousies had to be managed. A weak national government had to somehow hold a vast political experiment together. The Treaty of Paris ended the war. It did not solve the revolution. It handed the revolution to the people who would have to build a country from it. In November 1783, British troops evacuated New York City. For most of the war, New York had been the great British base in America. It had been the city Washington lost in 1776, the city he watched for years, the city that symbolized both British power and American frustration. Now the British departure marked the visible end of occupation. Washington entered New York in triumph, but again the deepest scenes were not simply public celebrations. On December 4, 1783, he met his officers at Fraunces Tavern. The farewell was intimate and emotional. These men had survived a war together. They had known defeats, retreats, hunger, mutiny scares, political disappointment, and final victory. Washington did not stand apart from them as a distant statue. He embraced them as companions in an ordeal. The army was disbanding. The commander was leaving. The war world that had defined their lives since 1775 was dissolving. For many soldiers, peace did not mean comfort. Some returned to farms, debts, injuries, uncertain pensions, and communities changed by war. Some had no easy place to return to. Some carried trauma that their era had few words to describe. Yet the farewell mattered because it showed that the army would not remain a permanent ruling force. The United States had won with soldiers, but it would not be governed by soldiers. That distinction was not automatic. History offered many examples of victorious generals turning military fame into political domination. Washington's choices gave the American Revolution a different ending. He would now travel to Annapolis, where Congress was meeting. There he would do something that astonished observers across the Atlantic. He would give power back. On December 23, 1783, George Washington appeared before Congress in Annapolis, Maryland. He had been appointed commander-in-chief in 1775. He had led through Boston, New York, Trenton, Princeton, Brandywine, Valley Forge, Monmouth, the Long Watch over the Hudson, Yorktown, Newburgh, and the uncertain peace. Now he stood before the civilian authority that had commissioned him. He resigned. The act was simple in form and enormous in meaning. Washington handed back his commission and asked to retire to private life at Mount Vernon. This was not only personal modesty, it was political theater in the best sense. A public action meant to teach a republic how power should behave. The general who could have demanded more chose to become a citizen again. Monarchs, ministers, soldiers, and observers in Europe understood the significance. A victorious commander voluntarily surrendering power was rare enough to feel almost ancient. The comparison to Cincinnatus, the Roman who returned to his farm after serving the Republic, became part of Washington's image. But we should not mistake the moment for an ending without tension. The United States under the Articles of Confederation was weak. Congress had struggled to pay the army. The states often guarded their own interests. The country had enormous debts and uncertain authority. Washington's retirement did not mean the political system was secure. In fact, the weakness of the Confederation would help lead to the Constitutional Convention in 1787, and eventually to Washington's return as the first president. Still, the resignation at Annapolis gave the revolution its moral closing scene. The war had begun with resistance to power that Americans believed had become arbitrary. It ended with the most famous American soldier submitting himself to civilian rule. That mattered. Without it, victory might have looked like only a change of rulers. With it, the revolution could claim something more difficult. That power could be limited even by those who possessed it. The American Revolution ended with independence, but not with perfection. It created a republic where monarchy had once ruled. It gave the world a new example of colonial rebellion becoming sovereign government. It made George Washington an international figure. It made names like Lafayette, Greene, Morgan, Rochambeau, de Grasse, Franklin, Adams, Jay, Hamilton, and countless others part of a shared historical memory. It also left deep contradictions. The language of liberty existed beside slavery. Some northern states moved toward gradual abolition, but slavery remained entrenched in the South and protected by wealth, law, and violence. Thousands of enslaved people had sought freedom through the chaos of war, some with the British, some through other paths, and many remained in bondage after independence. Native nations faced a dangerous future. Many had fought to protect their homelands from American expansion. British defeat weakened one counterweight to settle a pressure. The new United States would often treat Western land as the reward of independence, even when that land was already home to native peoples. Loyalists also paid a heavy price. Some remained and rebuilt lives under suspicion. Others fled to Canada, Britain, the Caribbean, or elsewhere, carrying their own memories of loss. Women had sustained households, farms, supply networks, boycotts, camps, and communities. But political rights remained sharply limited. The revolution changed political language faster than it changed social power. And yet, the revolution mattered because it opened arguments that could not easily be closed. Once a people declared that rights existed, that consent mattered, and that power could be challenged, those ideas did not stay politely within the boundaries set by 1783. Future generations would argue over them, expand them, betray them, and return to them. The war began at Lexington and Concord, with shots that no one could fully control. It passed through Boston, New York, Trenton, Saratoga, Valley Forge, Monmouth, the frontier, the South, the Atlantic, and Yorktown. It ended through patience, alliance, diplomacy, restraint, and a commander who surrendered power. America was not born complete. It was born contested. But by the end of 1783, it was born.